And there we go. Hello, we're live. It's been a couple weeks. Welcome back to Iodithus. I'm your not so humble host and dungeon master. And we're back into Iodithus. This is episode 11. Um, oh boy, did we end on a cliffhanger last episode. um, I guess let's just kind of go over a quick recap. So, for both the players who it's been a couple weeks and also for those of you watching. So, the intrepid adventurers were making their way back to the uh, city of Altney. They had a large group behind them. Solon, who is here in person, hello, um, fought a gentleman to win, in a sort of contest of sorts, a very ancient musical instrument, a lute of sorts, that was then taken with after winning the contest and was taken through the town of Altney, um, out onto the water, over the water on a skyship, and back toward the city of Kingsport. The party as a whole traveling back to where they started their journey. Arriving in Kingsport, they saw it was much how they left it. Um, they all kind of went their separate ways, and we are going to get back to we're going to get to majority of what they are doing at this point, because most of you have roughly, until where we left off, which we'll get to in a second, it's been from when you arrived till then maybe about 6 hours roughly. So keep that in mind as I'm asking you all what you wish to do. You have about 6 hours until that event, but of course that leads into the night. And so some of you, Zernus for example, you had ended up going to bed. So for you, that 6 hour timeline doesn't really matter. But that's just for timeline's sake, so you know where we are. We had done Zernus. You had spoken to Soraya, your beloved. Some information had been shared of what has transpired since you left. Um, and you eventually went to bed and had a nice night together. Um, we then went over to Drawson, who yours was a little more eventful, which I will say as a DM I did not expect. I did not expect it to go the way it did, but I am thrilled that it did. Um, so you traveled, um, well, traveled to Kingsley's family's home. Kingsley, your partner, um, who is currently missing, and you had gone and spoken to the family. They'd given some information that they had an idea of where he might be, and you had gone off to investigate to a tavern known as the Broken Arrow, down in the lowest sort of slums area known as the Nest in the city of Kingsport, taking Kingsley's horse with. Um, Rain, I believe, is the one you took. And traveling down there, you entered a bar and saw Kingsley very quickly going into a back room behind the bar. Looking around, you saw many figures. One of them being a goblin figure, a goblinoid, at a table, just kind of talking and conversing with some people. One of them being a amethyst dragonborn playing on the stage, seeming to have a battle of sorts, like a band battle with another gentleman across the bar. Um, and then the proprietor of the establishment, who wasn't really willing to let you go through, but you were able to convince just real quickly to head back there. So you did. And you went behind into the back room, following the trail of Kingsley, and found yourself in a strange space. There were clouds in the sky. It was very bright all of a sudden, despite the fact that it was evening in Kingsport. There were people, some you recognized, some you didn't, but the ones you did recognize, you recognized as some of the gods that you had met previously, Xanos and others being among them. And across the way, you saw Kingsley rapidly leaving. You went and approached, and speaking through Kingsley's mouth was Serena, the goddess that resides within his body and is currently in the driver's seat. And she and you conversed for a while, for a little bit, and then Aurelie showed up and was able to assist in giving you some control, giving Kingsley some control back for a short time. You were on a timer, and you got some, hopefully, valuable information. And then, right as the time was running out on the spell, and you couldn't cast it again, you began to run, and a disintegrate was lobbed directly at you, which was counterspelled by Aurelie. A couple rolls. Your roll failed, but luckily, Aurelie's roll succeeded on the counterspell, and you were able to escape with your lives, disappearing into an alleyway through a portal into an extra dimensional space. And that is where we left off. Now, we are going to start Radioactive Purple Rat, baby. You wanted to do some shopping.
Yes.
So, you and I believe Solon was going to be going with you?
Yep.
Okay. So, the two of you begin to make your way through the town. Where do you go? You could go to, there are essentially 3 levels of the city. The lower slums area, the middle, more middle class, and then, of course, the upper being the hoity-toity rich people. Where would you like to go for your shopping?
Well, it depends on what Solon wants, but I'd wager probably the middle. I don't want to go too hoity-toity high because I don't have that much money.
Okay.
He'll agree to go towards that middle area.
Okay. Let me... Yeah, I can't turn this up too much. There we go. So you want to go toward the middle area. Okay. So heading towards the middle area of the city, you could go, probably the quickest way would be via sort of like a, what's the word? It's a suspended rail car, essentially, on a large, like, chain. Is that how you would go up, or would you look for a different way?
That seems fine.
Okay. So you kind of, leaving off from the docks area as your skyship had landed in the water, you get onto the rail car, and kind of how I described in last session, there are these automatons, the one down by the docks, almost looking like it has a large fishing rod, reeling in and out the rail car. And then the one where you're actually going toward the middle is different than I described the one from the top. The one from the top city almost looked like a mime sort of grabbing like it's doing the invisible rope, but it's actually a chain that you can see. This one in the middle city is actually more like a... It's weird in a way. It's like it's waving. The automaton is sort of waving, and as it waves its arm, it sort of cranks this large mechanism that turns a wheel and pulls the chain in. And so that's kind of where you go up into the middle. It does cost a silver if you wish to take that.
Ear.
Okay.
Not the rat?
Not for the rat, but for Solon. They don't really care about the rat. They don't notice the rat necessarily in sense of like, oh, the rat. But they more so just see Solon
put that piece back?
Silver. Does Solon pay? Or does Solon try to do this for free? And if so, how?
He's basically gonna be like...
Also, can you hear Connor okay?
Not very well.
Not very well. Try to talk a little louder.
I'm talking as loud as I can.
Okay, here. I move as close as I physically can.
I lean forward.
That's fine.
Is this better?
Oh, that's way better.
Way
Okay.
better. Okay.
Solon would basically look at him. Important person need me. I go no silver. He's gonna try to intimidate.
You try to intimidate. Okay, roll me an intimidation check. Yes, your dice. The thing you might need for the game.
Listen, they're right there. I just using it as a table.
Yeah.
As well.
Eventually, we'll have like a whole big space for both of us, so it'll be
we don't
fine.
have it yet, though.
Yeah, we're working with what we got.
I don't want to use this one. It scares me. Hand me the big one.
The big... I don't know where they are.
They're on the bed.
God damn it. Where the fuck did it go?
On the... My big one, not
Okay,
yours.
so we actually here. I want to show them off real quick. We got a couple big dice at a game shop local to here. This one's really pretty, and then this one's fucking massive. It's like fist size. I love it. Gonna roll exclusively with this one tonight.
Great. Well,
So what you got?
that's a 10.
A 10. There's this guy there, and he just looks like this really tired. I mean, it's getting close to the evening. You have basically 3 hours till sunset. It looks like this like really tired mage college student. He's got like one of those reflective type vests over what looks like wizard robes, um, like an adept sort of guy. Just kind of looks at you, really tired. There's lots of important people that go through here. Just pay the silver, man.
You see, there's one problem with
Don't
this.
have any money on you?
He has no money left.
Okay. This would have been before you got on. So if you have no, I mean, you have not gotten
You need
on
a
yet.
loan.
This is, he need a loan.
He literally has nothing left.
Okay, I'm gonna lift up a little silver for you.
Okay. Okay, so
Lift John
Radioactive
by.
Purple Rat is paying for it.
He will take it
Yeah.
carefully. Thank you, Red. And hands it.
Okay. And so take silver, pay the guy. He's like, all right, get on. And just a big yawn, a big stretch, and then just flips a lever. And as you guys get on, there are a couple other people on here. One of them is actually one of the elephant folk, and wearing a suit that's like way too small for the large frame, and is like kind of bursting at one of the seams. And as you watch the elephant folk just kind of take in a deep breath, you're like watching one of the buttons, and it's like, is it gonna pop off? Is it gonna? And it doesn't. But you're able to make your way up to the middle city. Now, where you exit, there seems to be a smaller market square there. So you could look around there, or you could try to check other places as well.
He's going to cast Speak with Animals
Okay.
so that the rat can communicate.
Okay. So Solon, you cast Speak with Animals. And okay.
Is your trip where to go?
And Radioactive Purple Rat Baby, you understand what is being said.
Oh
Through
my
magical
gosh.
means,
Well,
you are
that
able to
that's
understand
typical.
someone else.
What exactly was said? Sorry, a bit out of it.
Is your trip where to go?
I'm drawing a blank, even though I made him a little shopping list. I just don't know how he would react to being able to speak.
I mean, this is very new. Most people, like, you can understand what people say,
Yeah.
but you are not used to them being able to understand you.
Would he be able to just straight up know that it has been cast and he can speak, or would he figure it out after saying something?
Well, you definitely would figure it out after saying something, but what I will say is there is with the use of a spell like this, it's more so that Solon's speech changes. Still, Solon is speaking exactly how Solon speaks, but it is the way you hear it is different than if Solon was speaking to someone else. It almost as if Solon is speaking another language as you hear it, but you can still understand it.
Gotcha.
So you would know that Solon is speaking in a way that you can understand that is different than the norm.
I'm sorry.
What was that?
understand? Where
Y-
to go?
what, you understand?
I cast spell. Understand now.
Oh my gosh, I've been alive for so long and I've never thought of that. Oh my gosh. Wait.
Well, now you know.
Oh, this is splendid. Okay. Where should we go? I do have some things that I want.
I go where rat go. I
Oh,
am looking
hey.
for someone, but don't need to go anywhere really. So rat choose.
Well, let's go on a little adventure. I think I need to go to some sort of artisan's alley. I have some craft things that I want.
Then we find. Can rat read?
Can Rat read? I think Rat can read.
I believe you can, because there have been times you have read before.
Okay.
Yes, rat can read.
He has the French Book of Cook. He can read.
That's true.
Cannot read. Rat read for.
Yes. We will be like that one movie.
Movie?
Oh, don't worry about it too much. Let's go.
How long does Speak with Animals last? 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Are you going to...
I don't know how many times I can cast it. Let me check.
So...
It is a Lythari thing.
You can cast as a ritual, though.
Yes.
The thing about that is it takes 10 minutes to cast as a ritual. So, like, you would cast as a ritual, get 10 minutes, and then you would have 10 minutes where you would have to sit down and do that again.
I need to open up the Lythari thing to be
You
able to know.
do that.
Yeah.
Because it's not super important, just something to know. So you want to go on an adventure. What are you looking for? Or you just want to walk around until you see something interesting?
Well, I can tell you what I'm looking for.
Okay.
I'm getting stuff for Zern's birthday. So my little shopping list comprises of a cake, and I want to get him some coloring supplies for his journal, as well as I would like to see if I could find someone to make some little dolls of himself and Sock and Radioactive Purple Rat Baby. And I asked Cody beforehand. I've been given a doodle from Zernus of what those three look like for reference.
Oh, that's amazing. Okay. So definitely you can find pretty quickly, and again, it's probably a few hours till can only cast it once.
No, there isn't anything that says anything about how many times.
Then I'm going to say it's once per long rest.
Okay.
Unless you cast as a ritual, then you can cast again. But like you only get one slot for it.
Can he cast as they're walking?
Normally ritual you have to actually sit down and like do stuff. I'm going to say you would have to like no, because I've let you guys cast while walking before. I will say as long as you are not trying to do anything with like verbal or somatic otherwise, then yes, you can.
Okay.
But you have to like hands free and speech free. Okay. The cake, though, you can definitely find somewhere because most places are getting ready to close down. It's getting close to sunset. So a lot of places are closing down. I will say within this little marketplace you are like walking into, make me a perception check. Either of you can.
I'll give helping action.
You'll give help. Okay, so you have advantage then.
All right. Let's do this. Oh, not great on the die, but let's see what we can do with this. What am I being given from what stolen thing?
It's the help action. It gives you advantage on the roll.
Oh, thank everything. Okay. Oh, that's so much fucking better. Okay, so genetically modified 20.
Genetically modified 20.
That's great.
I love that. Okay, So, God, I love that so much. So you okay. So you start to walk around and you know what you're looking for. You have a list, you know what you're looking for, and you almost immediately find a place that sells different baked goods. It's a little market stall, sort of a yellow wave pattern on the umbrella over the top. Um, it's generally pretty dark down here, being in the middle city area, but they have little lanterns set up. Just to give it some light. And a lot of the cakes and pastries that you see, um, yes, thank you, are varied. You see a lot of fruit-based things. There are some like you do see like a carrot cake as well. Most of them are just like single layer deals. There's not really a lot of multi-layer things, but there's a variety of things. Is there anything specific you're looking for?
As far as flavor goes, no, because I can't recall anything that Zerns likes. I don't think we've really spoke of it. But
Okay.
if I could get writing on it, that would be swell.
Definitely. I will say, because I actually don't know exactly what Zernus would like either, but I will say there is a decent sized cake. Um, it's a big square cake, and it has little like flower designs on it made out of like fondant. It seems to have. You're told it has like a buttercream kind of frosting on it, and it's actually a strawberry and raspberry cake. It's half and half, so it's more of a fruity deal. Um, with like a vanilla icing in there as well. But for the cake by itself, it'd be two silver. For extra writing, it would make it 3 total.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm willing to part with that.
Okay. And it's already made, so it's all good. And the lady at the counter will just kind of ask you, what do you want written on it?
Uh, I guess I'll have to do charades.
Oh, that's true. Or we'll say at this point, because Solon, I'm assuming you're just kind of keeping this up as much as you can. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially just keeping it up.
Two things.
Two things.
Can the rat not write?
I believe the rat can, right?
So if Solon isn't able to, which he is right now.
Yeah.
But if he wasn't, the rat can write.
That is true.
Although, currently Solon can relay what you say. For now.
Call that literat.
Literature.
That was awful.
That was, yeah, but I loved it. Literature. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, either through Solon or writing you could communicate it. Or you could try charades. You definitely could do charades.
It kind of seems like you want me to. I don't know if I have I don't know if I have a writing utensil. Like I have that piece of journal paper, but I don't think I have anything to write with.
Here's what I will say. Being a rat of the bardic arts, you might have like something for just like general musics related things. You might have like a tiny piece of charcoal or something. I would give that to you if you want it, because I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I will note that down, and I will write that. Ooh, I will write "Happy Birthday" in Elvish.
Happy birthday in Elvish. Okay. And so you write that down, and the lady kind of looks at it, and you get the idea that maybe she doesn't know what it says, but she just kind of like gives a nod and is like, all right, and immediately gets to work on it. And it doesn't take very long to get it down. She kind of keeps peeking at the paper for a minute, just trying to like make sure she's getting it right. But she does get it down. It takes probably like 5 minutes.
Yes.
But yes, so you get the cake, you get with the writing on it, and she actually puts like a little, like a wrapping over the top of it, but does it in such a way, it's like this bit of finesse, almost using the air pocket that's formed underneath it from just like whoosh, putting it over top real quick to keep it from like touching the cake, so it won't ruin anything on the cake, but it'll still keep it covered from like any dust or anything. Now, if you push down on it, it will smush, but it'll keep it covered while you're transporting
Awesome.
it. She does ask, do you want me to hold it for you, or do you want to take it with you now?
What day are we on right now?
It is. Let me get that for you. If I can find my own things. It's been a couple weeks, so I'm not knowing where things are. God, what even thing was it in? Lore. That's right. Why do I post so much lore? God damn it. I just need to have these things available somewhere. It'd be great if I did and I wasn't so all over the place. Okay.
That ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, it's never gonna happen. Okay, so oh, I actually need to update it because that was the full moon. So it's been, because it was 3 days. So it is currently I'm gonna say it's the 13th of Christhios because that tracks with the time, because it was the full moon in Altney, which that was the beginning. That was like that day when you got there. That night happened, and then you left, and it had been 3 days. Oh, actually, sorry, I'll say it's the 12th, the night of the 12th. Let me go ahead and update that. Oh, shit. Why did it do that? Messed up. Anyway, that is what day it is, to answer your question. I gotta fix my thing.
All right. Cody, can you please remind me as a player when Cernus's birthday is?
The 13th.
The 13th. Well, that works out. It's the night of the 12th.
I
The
thought
13th is
okay.
the next day. There we go.
If it's the night of, I think we could just take it.
Okay. And so, you were handed this beautiful cake. Picture being taken. And Solon, do you carry the cake?
He will put it safely in the bag of holding.
Safely in the bag of holding. That is doable, because in the bag of holding, things kind of just float. Pictures again. They just kind of float in a space, and so that removes any risk of damage. So, you put the cake safely in there. Is there anything else you'd like to get from the baked goods stand before you move on to the next?
Yeah. What else might they have? Is there have croissant outlasted the ages?
Has a croissant.
Croissant.
Okay. You're looking around the baked goods stand, and as you guys are doing this stuff, after the cake is given, the lady kind of starts to pack things up, continuing to do so. And as a Another similarly sized cake is put away into a container. There you see them sitting on the counter behind where it was. They're a little different. Rather than being the like sort of crescent shape or sort of straight, they're interestingly, they are crescent shaped, sort of like curled, almost like horns, but curled upwards. Rather than being like flat and curled in, they're more curled up into what look almost like horns. And then they're really, really wide down by the center. And there's actually a sign in common which call them bullhorn bread. Kind of the name matching the appearance. But they are very clearly the sort of flaky, buttery bread of a croissant.
I would love to get my grubby little hands on those.
Okay. They are, I'll say, a piece. They're 5 copper.
I'll take one for the road.
1 for the road? Okay. Will do. And it is, do you want it wrapped in like a little bag, or you just want to take it itself?
I'm just gonna take it.
Okay. And so hands it over to you, and it's a decent size. Like it's a little bigger than you. But it looks delicious. I will say something about like the way it's made because of how like tall and curved up these horns are in the bullhorn bread. The ends are a little burnt, just a tiny bit, but they still look pretty good. And so you take that, and then the lady keeps packing up. Anything else before you continue?
As she's packing, Solon's gonna kind of lean forward a little. Have question.
Yes.
You see elf this tall, bard? Elf here.
Here, move. Okay. So with an 18, she kind of seems to mull it over for a second. Yeah, I think I might have seen him. He was playing... Where was he playing? I'm sorry, I've been up here all day. I heard he was playing somewhere down, might have been in the lower city. I know there was a bard playing down there. I don't know if it was your friend, but there was someone playing down in the slums. You'll have to ask around there.
I will, thank you.
Of course.
And after he'll just kind of make sure Rat's done, walk away a little. What now?
Well,
I don't know if he'd still be able to understand the Rat at this point, would he?
I will say, I mean, it's been under 10 minutes for that ordeal.
So he's
So
still
I'll say you can still... Basically, what I've been assuming is that you have been, like, using the spell, communicating, and then when it seems like you guys are just walking for an extended period, you've been getting the ritual done. So, like, you probably have, like, 5 minutes left.
Okay. Perfect. So, where does the Rat want to go now?
The rat is seeking out the fine arts. Not the fine arts, just art.
The less than fine arts.
The okay arts.
The okay arts. Okay. So
The Michaels.
the Michaels.
Yeah.
So you... Okay. Make me another perception check.
I'll help again.
And you're also getting another help, so another advantage.
Alrighty.
I think I heard Norman mouth.
I don't
16.
think so.
16? Okay. With a slightly radioactive 16, you look around and it's actually, that one's not too hard to spot. It takes you a minute longer, having to go through some of the tents and whatnot, but you do see it actually seems to be like a stand selling like coloring books and other things generally geared toward. It seems like this stand in particular generally geared toward like children. It's one of those ones that's real obvious. It's like lots of colors and like 1, 2, 3 ABC, a lot of stuff like that. But they do have other art supplies as well. That just general art supplies, paper, um, different like basically colored pencils and crayon type things. There's a lot of just like general art supplies here as well as like different learning materials.
Perfect.
All right. If you're looking to, are you looking to just get like some, basically like one of those assorted boxes of crayons? That sort of thing?
Crayons, colored pencils. Yeah.
Okay. So something you can actually see, and this is actually based on something I used to have, it is a case that currently is unfolded. And it's on hinges on the inside, and it has 3 different levels of art supplies. The lowest level is colored pencils. It's so many different colors of colored pencil, like different shades of blue, different shades of yellow, even different shades of like monochromatic colors. It's a widespread. The second level is more like crayons and actually like an oil pastel type thing as well. So like fancy crayons. Um, and then the top is actually where it has little vials, little glass vials of paint with some paintbrushes as well. Um, there's no paper or anything included in this. That is sold separately, but this is just a multi-tiered thing of art supplies. Nice.
That's actually sick as fuck, and I need to get it.
I used to have that. It was almost like that. It was great when I was younger. Didn't use it as much anymore. But it's a nice wooden case that actually closes and latches and then has a handle so it can be carried a little more compactly. That case, it's about 5 gold. So it's a little on the pricier side. It's 5 gold. And then, again, paper and stuff is sold separately, but that is for that case.
The things I do for friendship.
Take my 5 gold.
Your hard-earned 5 gold. You slap it down. Okay. Well, for 5 gold, the case is yours. Is there anything else you'd like to get?
There's nothing else I need to get from here, but while I have this art set, I'd like to take a second to actually color in what he gave me from the journal so that it can be a better reference.
Okay, good idea. And you take a second to do that, and I'll say, Solon, that actually does give you the time to I'll say finish casting ritually the Speak with Animals, so you have another 10 minutes of that. And about that time that you're finishing that, you're finishing your coloring in. A very good idea. And kind of after doing a bit of using of this art set, it's really nice because like the different levels, it just makes it really easy to like access things. You're not digging for anything or wondering where stuff is. You can see it all laid out nicely. It's all as you bought it, color coordinated in order. It's great. And so you get that and you sketch those in, and then I believe you said you were looking for somewhere to get like dolls made. Was that correct?
I'm not very
Okay.
particular about what, like if they're clay or crocheted or like I don't really care about that.
Well,
So-
it's interesting you mentioned crochet because I won't even make you roll perception for this because it's in the same area. You literally turn around and it's right there, and at first you don't even realize it's a stand, like someone's selling anything. It's just this really sweet looking old lady crocheting what looks like a little tiny sweater, you know, a little bigger than you. The sweater is, so it's not something that would fit you, but it's a sweater nonetheless. And just kind of looks at you and gives you both a little wave, or got her glasses at the end of her nose, just crocheting. And then you look around her and you see different dolls Some of them look like different important figures. Some of them are, and you see like little signs denoting who they are. There's one of Varys. There's one of some of the more rich people in the city. Yes, Connor.
Was there one of Elfir?
Is there one of Elfir? Sure. He's a pretty important figure in like the world of entertainment, so I'll say there's one of him. And she's crocheting this little, what looks like a little sweater at this point, and does have prices next to things, so you can kind of tell this is, careful, a stand of some kind where you can buy things. But as you stand there kind of looking at things, she looks to the both of you. Is there anything I can get you, darlings?
There sure is. So, I think my best course of action here would be to give her these paper and probably like point at one of the already made dolls like this is what I want.
Okay. And kind of just looking at the paper, still crocheting, and just kind of finishes the last thing and sets the little, what you can tell now from like where the holes are and such, it is a full body cat sweater. Like neck to butthole cat sweater. It's kind of ugly, I'm not gonna lie, but the dolls look great. And so you kind of hand that over, and yeah, they're vacuum sealed.
That's cool.
Hand that over, point to the doll, takes the paper and looks at it. I can probably have this done by noon tomorrow. I can work very quickly when I want to. And she gets this really like intense look in her eye. And just like looking at the page. Can I keep the page for reference?
Rat died.
Oh. Oh no, Rat died. I didn't notice. Oh no.
Well, Rat's gone. Can we open one?
Yeah. I don't. You have a knife?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have we had a 5-pound bag of peach gummy rings, and we currently have them in vacuum sealed bags to keep them fresh. So here you go, grab your knife and don't hit your thigh again. We'll give it a second for them to pop back in, and if not, we will hop over to someone else for now, because I want to get through everybody, and then at the end we'll go back to Aurelia and Drossen.
While Rat's gone,
While Rat's gone,
Solon is going to look at this lady, point at Elfir's. How much?
kind of looks you deep in the eye. How much is it worth to you?
I'd ask if there were prices on anything, but he wouldn't be able to read it.
That's true. There are symbols on things.
Yeah, but he can't
but
read
you
the
cannot read
symbols.
it. You don't know if it's prices or words. What I
It's
will say
something.
is she kind of looks at you and is like, I give it to you for... It was a lot of work, that one. 2 gold.
He's gonna think for a second. I give 3, and you give back half silver.
Fine. And and so she will do the trade. And so you, careful, you do that, and she hands it to you, and it's an okay recreation of your friend. It's definitely some things you look at and are like, okay, this is, it's an old lady crocheting people. Like, it looks okay, but it could be better. Yes. You look like you have things to say.
So
Oh, you're doing math. Okay. Oh, you found where your money is. Nice. You found where your money was.
Yeah, I will be paying back Rat,
Okay, cool.
maybe.
So you get that. Again, is there anything else you want from this lady? If not, we will come back to you guys when.
He's going to ask, this one, do you know where it is?
Where's dice? Give.
I don't have the thing right now. Shit. Roll it on the... Oh, God.
No. I rolled for it. She just kind of looks at you for a moment and I don't know.
All right. Thank you anyway.
She nods and immediately starts like, "Oh, welcome back." Granny like immediately starts feverishly working on this. Like she is rapid pace flying through working on this. Yes. Doing math. Okay. So radioactive purple rat baby. Where did you pop out? Because I actually didn't notice. What was the last thing you heard?
Ooh, the last thing that I heard, I think it was like right after she put her current project aside.
Oh, okay. Basically just looks really closely at the paper and says that she can have them done by about noon tomorrow. She'll work some overtime and she'll have them done by noon.
Her
Because a couple of them are a little smaller, and one of them is especially smaller. And then the Zernus one will be a little more complicated. Because again, you're wanting Sock, Radioactive Purple Rat Baby, and Zernus, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. She'd probably charge you for that. Yes.
Are you doing basic as Zernas or Zernas in armor?
I mean, that's a good question.
Ooh, what drawing did you give me?
What drawing did you want?
Probably do unformal Zernus.
So no armor?
Okay. Yeah, no
Mhm.
armor.
Okay. All right. So in that case, I will say that'll adjust the price. Especially because she's gonna have them done by noon tomorrow. I'll say it'll be 4 gold. No.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'll put it at 4 because it's 3 figures. Elfir was a little expensive for 1, but that's because he's a famous figure. So I'll say for 3 custom, it would be 4 gold.
All right, that's totally fine. I'll slide her the 4 and actually flip one more to her.
Oh, thank you very much. And she'll take it and then, again, start feverishly working. And from the color scheme, probably working on yours first. And just, like, lots of purples. And starts quickly working on that. Okay. Anything else either of you want to purchase in the market? Any more shopping?
I am totally good.
You're good? Okay. What about Solon?
Solon's gonna look at Rat. Is Rat done?
Rat is done.
Rat is barred, right?
What was that?
Rat is barred, right?
Bard, yes. Rat is Bard. Why do you ask?
Want to meet other bard?
Ooh,
Very famous
that's
bard.
fun.
He's gonna start heading down to the lower city to look for Elfir.
Heading down to Lower City. So, for point of reference, it's probably been because let's be real, travel time in this city with such a big city takes a while. So it's probably been about an hour at this point. Getting to the lift, heading up the lift, and the market was pretty much there, but with the shopping, probably been about an hour. Heading down to the Lower City, it's a good another half an hour to get just to the Lower City area, out of the dock district, because that's not really where any of this would be. So heading into the slums area where you were told to look, I will tell you there are so many taverns and so many bars you see. So there is just about a dozen just on the first couple streets. There isn't really in this area of the city a good distribution. Like in the middle city and especially in the upper city, there's a good distribution. Like rather than having 15 Starbucks on one street, there's like one on every 5. Down here, it's like you got a Starbucks there and there and there and there and there and there and there. It's just like all in a row. That's kind of what it is. Except it's just a bunch of really run-down, broken-looking taverns with nobody at them.
Solon's gonna look at the rat. Rat, read signs. Point if see Elfir.
Can do.
Okay.
He's gonna like gently pat Rat on the head.
Pet the rat.
Good Rat.
Okay.
And he'll just walk around looking at different taverns that he can't read the signs to.
Okay. I will ask Radioactive Purple Rat Baby, make me a perception check. I'll say with advantage since Solon is also looking. Solon can't read.
No.
But Solon knows pictures. He knows
Solon-
pictures real well.
Someone knows pictures.
And usually where there's a sign for a specific person, especially someone as famous as Elfir playing, there's usually like a poster of some kind.
Unfortunately, even with advantage, I only got a 10.
A 10. Okay. So, seeing eye rat, yes. So you start to kind of make your way around this lower area, and I will say the both of you get some looks. However, Radioactive Purple Rat Baby, you stand out like a sore thumb, but you are still a rat. You are small in comparison to Solon, who is massive. Definitely gets some looks, but Solon gets the looks more so of, I'm not gonna fuck with him because he's huge and I'm not. Also wearing, if I remember right, a giant elk skull on your back.
Elk head.
Elk head, yeah, with
It's
like
not even a skull.
antlers and all. So it's most people tend to give a little bit of a wide berth, but you start to make your way through, and again, lots of different taverns. There are some residential stuff down here, but again, it's mostly in this area of the city, just sort of people finding homes in abandoned shopping places. Some of them are legitimate homes, always were homes, but a lot of them are just kind of people moving in where there's an empty building. And so you kind of make your way through. With a 10, I'm gonna say in the first 45 minutes of walking around, you do not find anything looking like what you're looking for. 45 minutes is not enough to cover a large section of the city. You go from probably one district in the slums to another, and then about halfway through and you haven't found anything. Do you want to continue walking and looking? Because again, that's only about 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So someone want to keep looking. Okay. So continuing on and walking around further, you, with a 10, I'm going to say another 15 minutes, nothing. I will allow you, though, it's been about an hour. I will allow you to roll another perception check. This would still be with advantage, because Solon would be helping. Solon, you can roll, though, if you'd like.
I want to roll.
You want to roll. Okay.
And Rat help.
Rat help? Rat want to help?
Yes.
Okay. See if maybe you have
Give me that one.
a better luck. This one?
Yeah.
Here you go. Big dice. I'm going to say that's an 8.
That's rude.
Yeah, because if you were to push,
It was totally going to hit a 20.
it would have, but you're also on an uneven surface.
Give me that.
But you do have a high plus.
I do. I need to math.
Do you want me to do math?
No.
Okay.
I have a calculator.
You do have a calculator.
It's 15.
15. Okay. With a 15, it is better. It is better than a 10. I will say, so you go for that 15 minutes. It has been an hour since you started looking, and you don't really find anything. Oh, it still says Stardew Valley. Damn it. I'll have to fix that. But you start to make your way and look around, and I'll say it's been about a half an hour then. So an hour and a half total. It's been another 45 minutes, I guess I should say. And you find a small tavern. It doesn't look very busy. It's pretty late in the day at this point, and most of the people are getting out of work. A lot of miners walking the streets, covered in soot, carrying, some tools and stuff. Their work clothes still on. Some of them are making it into the tavern, but what I will say is this. You see a sign for Elfir performing there. However, it is kind of half ripped off and covered up by another sign. But it is the only place you've seen with anything similar. Anything close to what you were looking for. And this tavern is the Broken Arrow. Now, keep in mind, for point of reference, since you guys arrived in Kingsport, it's been about 2.5 hours at this point. So, for those of you that are kind of keeping track of time, the other two that have gone there last session are not there yet. They have not gone there. So, just a point of reference. Mm-hmm. But, you guys find the Broken Arrow. It has a tattered sign for Elfir. It's the only thing close to that you've seen. You could check there, or you could keep walking.
I mean, it's a possibility.
I'll definitely point it out.
Point it out. Okay.
It's a possibility they might know where he went to next.
Might know his next location. Okay. Do you want to go in then?
Yeah.
Okay. It is a pretty full bar. There is a I'll say a minotaur on stage right now performing, playing a hand drum, and got a couple goblinoids behind him. One a just regular goblin, the other a hobgoblin, and they're playing a couple different string instruments along with it. The barkeep, looks to be a half elf, half orc, is on just behind the bar serving a couple customers. You do not see Elfir just at a glance. That's just a passive perception glance. You do not see. Your passive being, I believe, 17. Because it is plus 10 plus your perception, which is 7.
Yeah.
Yep. So that is just at a glance.
He'll walk up to the half-elf orc.
Okay. Walk up to the barkeep, and right now just doing the barkeep thing of, scrubbing out a glass. It's still pretty dirty, but, it'll work. And then immediately goes from, half-heartedly wiping it to pouring a beer and handing it over to someone. And, okay, you approach and just kind of looks to you, being the very noticeable figure you are. Just like, hey, big fella, what can I get you?
No drink. Question.
Shoot.
Elfir played here.
Elfir, yeah, played about a month ago.
Know where he's now?
Shit. Kind of pulls out a ledger, and it seems to be a performance schedule. You see a few noteworthy, well, maybe not noteworthy, but a few names on there.
No, he doesn't.
True, you don't. Never mind, because you can't fucking read.
I mean, the rat might. But does the rat know who these people are?
You know what? Radioactive Purple Rat, baby. Do me a favor. You see the names. You don't need to roll for that because you're high up enough you can see down on the page. Roll me a history check. See if there's any names you recognize.
All right.
Because who knows? Maybe you will.
A history. That is Another genetically modified 20.
A genetically
Nice.
modified 20. So you look at this page, and there are a few names you recognize immediately. There is the Stone Fist Brothers. They're an orcish band that play like, it's really like happy sounding music generally, despite the fact that it's a lot of like hammer on anvils. They somehow make it like really jovial. So you got the Stone Fist Brothers. There's 3 of them. Yeah, take notes of this. This is good to take note of. Thank you, Connor. You have Vixen Joe. Vixen Joe, generally a violinist, also does some vocals. Pretty popular in the lower aspect, like lower areas of the city, but has actually kind of started to rise and is getting some contracts from some people in the upper areas of the city. So starting to rise in the ranks a little bit. Good for him. And then you do see one also just simply listed as Zatar. There is no information listed about him, but you do know that is a very well-known name, as that is the god of entertainment. And says that he is actually going to be performing tonight in a couple hours. So that's fun, but you do then also see Elfir. Elfir is set to perform at this place in probably... It doesn't have like a set date. It's kind of like, kind of roughly 2 weeks. Is going to be performing here. And after kind of finding that on the page, this orcish man says, not going to be here for maybe a couple weeks. As for where he might be now, I couldn't tell you. I thought I might have something here. Maybe he left some information, but no. You could always check, upper city. He comes down here and performs occasionally for the lower folk like us, but I mean, let's be real. He's famous. He performs in the higher up places usually. I mean, I don't even know if he's performing tonight though. Couldn't tell you.
All right. Thank you anyway.
Of course. Where do you go?
He'll just kind of walk out.
Okay. As you're walking out, you're going to feel a hand on your shoulder. Or not on your shoulder, it's actually more like on your lower forearm. And kind of like turning and looking, it's a halfling. So like, he's like reaching up really tall and was like standing on a chair to like pat your forearm. I was like, hey, you're looking for Elfie, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So actually, I think he might be upper city. There's a place called the Cracked Emerald. It's a decent place. I haven't been there myself, but I've heard of it, and I heard he might be playing there tonight. It's about 20 minutes from the Sky Coach port.
Thank you.
Yeah. Kind of holds out his hand. Like, just expectantly holds out his hand. Listen, I don't give information for free, buddy.
Don't really have much.
Punt the child.
Don't punt the child.
I'm not
no.
gonna punt the child.
It's also not a child.
Quote unquote child.
Yeah. Just kind of looks at you. Fine. Get out of here.
Just kind of nods.
Random halfling will remember that. Telltale Games like overlay. Top left corner. Okay. And so you head to the upper city?
Yep.
Okay. Again, it's probably to get to the approximate area that he was discussing, because getting from the lower to upper city, it's about an hour of just walking and generic travel and using the different methods to get up there, because you have to use a couple different methods of transportation to get up there. So it does take a hot minute. as well as just walking around. But eventually, you do find the general district where these types of taverns are. I will ask either of you to, and you can decide who, to roll a perception check. Because either of you really could find this.
Definitely
rolling it?
think you should.
Okay.
You roll? Okay. Solon has good perception. He just can't read.
I think
So
that
that's
counts
his
as
big
an
downside.
18.
18? No, that's definitely an 18.
I can't do this math in my head.
Okay. 18 plus what, 7?
25.
25. While you cannot read, you are looking. Emerald is a color. You know that. And you know colors real well. So you start to look around and look for, green. What's a good emerald green? And you see a building that the front of it is lit up with magical lights. And you start to see these just bright green lights. You see a little bit of blue in there as well. And you see a lit up sign on the front of it that looks like a gem, a sort of hexagonal gem with a large crack down the center. And you kind of get the idea, okay, maybe this is the place. And radioactive purple rat, baby, you do read, I saw, you do read the cracked emerald. So this is the place. Do you enter?
E.
Okay. You enter, and when you first enter the establishment, despite the fact that it's in the height of the bar crawl for some people at this point, or it's starting to get into it, I should say, you immediately hear silence. There is this deafening silence, and you're starting to think, like, what is going on? But then from off to the left, toward the stage, there's a woman standing on it, and you begin to hear out of the silence this beautiful voice. It is as angelic as a voice you've ever heard. It carries through the room, and everyone that you see sitting around is on the edge of their seats, leaning forward, whether they know they are or not, just listening intently. And as the voice catches your ears, you find yourselves drawn in. It is enrapturing. And as this voice carries through the room, you see Elfir at the side of the stage. Normally he's in the center, at the center of the stage, always. Loud and boisterous and right there. But this one, he's taking a side stage, and he's playing a violin very softly, just as sort of like a backing track for the voice. And as the voice begins to rise and swell, so does the violin. And as it speeds up, so does the violin, and slows down, and etc. And eventually it comes down, slows, and ends abruptly. And there's applause, there's clapping, and they both take a bow. And it is announced by somebody else on the stage that a break will be taken before more of the event. And you're pretty noticeable, Solon.
Mm-hmm.
Elfir just looks across the room and goes, and just starts to like a beeline in your direction. And gets about halfway through the room and then just stops and then just calls you over. Just kind of waves for the both of you.
He walks.
Okay. And there is like it's weird because this is a tavern, but right now they have it set up almost like a concert where there's chairs. Most people are not in them. Some people are, but not everyone. And there's kind of like a pit almost on the sides of the room where people are standing. And then there's a blank area, like an empty area in front of the stage. And you guys are led past that area and kind of called like off to the side.
Mm-hmm.
And Elfir just looks to you. It's you're back from your journey, yes.
Been a while.
It has been quite a while, yes. Did you get it? Did you get what you were looking for?
He's going to gently take off the bag, making sure not to knock Purple Rat Baby off of him.
Okay.
Set it down. He's going to pull it out. Pulling out, of course, the case.
of course, pulling out the lute in its case, and it is again for a description. It is this beautifully made long-necked lute, tuning pegs at all. It has this kind of chaotic pattern of paint of whites and blacks and mainly reds across it. It does look like it's seen some use, and it has a scrawled inscription of what you can tell from the scripture being like a signature, though none of you can really read it, especially Solon, but none of you can read it. Except for Rat Baby, because you know the language this is in, even though it has been a long time. It is signed Eddie Van Halen. And this is pulled out in its case, suspended in this glass case. And as it's pulled out, like his hands immediately come out to support it as it's carried out, like it could shatter at any moment. And there's a table off to the side with like his really nice instruments on it that he uses, and he just shoves them off onto the ground, and you hear a couple of them crash, and then immediately like just carries it over and sets it on the table. What are you doing?
Why is it doing that?
What are you doing?
Why is it doing?
Because I did that.
I don't like it.
Leave. It's because I did it because I need it like that. Because it's on. You can see they can. Yeah, it's fine. Anyway, so this instrument is set down in its case, and you watch as he very carefully uses a bit of magic to undo the lock on it, and very gingerly takes out the instrument, wearing like black gloves, his sort of black gloves he usually wears during performances, but just kind of very carefully takes it out, again holding it like it could shatter at any moment, and just holds it in his hands, puts a little bit of a strap on it, and gives it a strum, and looks a little disappointed because as the strum happens, it's very dull, the sound doesn't carry, and he just looks really confused. I thought it, and you hear him mumbling to himself like, I thought it was supposed to carry across great distance. Why is it not? I'm confused. But thank you so much. I will figure this out. I was hoping to use it soon. And he puts it back in the case. It is a very strange instrument. I will have to figure this out.
Is not exact what you drew.
Well, I'd only heard stories. I'd only heard stories. I didn't know exactly what it looked like. The strings are a little more, the neck is a little, it's very different, but I will figure it out.
Solon's going to just nod. Want to introduce friend?
Friend, yes, friend. Where is friend? Is it that? You have a rat. You have
Rat
two
is-
birds now. Hello, rat.
Rat is friend.
Rat is friend.
Okay, I have to figure something out.
Yes,
It says self.
he's got it.
I do. He barred.
So I just bards have that spell too. Rat is friend. Can rat speak common?
When magic.
When magic.
is used.
Oh, yes. Hold on. And sings a little tune, like very briefly, just kind of whistles a little tune, and immediately begins to speak to you, radioactive purple rat baby. You are friend, I was told. And
You were
can
told
understand, of
right.
course. Yes. Oh, that's good. You are friend. Well, it is a pleasure to meet you. If you are a friend of Solon, you are a friend of mine.
Rat is also bard.
You are also bard, you say?
I
What do you play?
am, and I think I've seen things not too different from this.
Oh, really? Do you happen to know how it works?
Well, I've never used one on account of my size, but Hmm.
Well, if you I was told that it could carry sound over vast distances. I was under the impression it could do it by itself. Is there something missing?
Ah. I don't know if I know what a nymph is or if they exist.
Go ahead and make me a history check, because again, been a long time.
Oh my
But
gosh.
that is the missing piece. is an amp, yes.
My first roll, I accidentally fucking threw my dice out of the
Oh no.
tray.
Oh no.
Nice.
That's a history.
History, yep.
So that is unfortunately a 13.
Here's what I will say. I will give you advantage on this roll, because this has to do with music, and despite the fact that it was from a long time ago, I think that's being a big focus of yours, even though not the specific instrument, but instruments in general. I think it's reasonable you might. Still might not, but who knows?
All right, I can do better than a 10. No, I
It
can't.
was like Ratatouille, but with instruments
Oh my
instead
God.
of food.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the highest I'm getting is
He
still
secretly
13.
made the soundtrack
13.
for Ratatouille.
Oh my God. That'd be great.
That should be canon now.
Yeah. Okay, so with a 13, you feel like like there is something missing here, but you're unsure of exactly what it is. Especially unsure if what it is exists. You know this is a very old instrument. It's from your time, or well, long time ago. But you're unsure if it's something that you'd be able to find or even really what it is.
All right. And I'll probably be like, yeah,
I know there's something missing from this, but I can't recall what it is.
Just kind of nod slowly. That's okay. Well, I always have time to figure it out later. I wasn't planning to use anything like this tonight, so um, I can always try to figure it out later. But, question for you: if you are a bard, I was going to do a bit of crowd work tonight and get someone else up on stage with me. Would you be interested in joining me for a performance?
Oh, baby, that is not a question you need to ask.
All right. Well, then, what is your instrument, your specialty?
Well, my instrument of choice is.
he'll like rip the accordion off his back and give it a hug.
Oh, the accordion. Oh, it's been a while since I've played with someone who plays the accordion. That would be. Right, I think I know a tune. And he'll actually grab a cello and pulls the cello over. I think I can whip something together. Um, and he kind of like tunes up the cello a bit, make sure it sounds good. And this is a very nicely made instrument, not one of the ones that got thrown to the ground. Uh, and it's very nicely made. The strings are, they both look like they've seen a lot of use, but also seem like they have a lot of care put into them, as does the rest of the instrument. It's got some engraved. Um, it's a mix of words. It looks to be an Elvish, words that sort of blend into a artwork piece engraved directly into this. Lots of flowers, lots of like natural imagery. Um, and the instrument itself is just a very nice wood. It doesn't look to be super like a stain or anything. It's a very natural color. Um, and tunes that up, gets it all nice, and says to you, "Well, if you are willing, I we could go out here in about 5 minutes. Is the next set if you want to come out for that?"
Yeah, sounds great.
Perfect. Well, you have about 5 minutes. Do you want like a little stool, or do you want to just on the shoulder? How do you want to do this?
Mm. If you have a little stool around, I don't want to play right into your ear.
That's fair. I'm already losing my hearing a little bit. And will like snap over to someone and immediately snaps, and somebody like comes over and whispers into their ear to get a stool. Um, and so they get that ready. Um, and anything you want to do in that 5 minutes to prepare, or do you just wait until time?
I think I'm all good.
Okay, perfect. Um, he does kind of prep you a little bit, and you could kind of hear from the little bit of practicing. It's going to be kind of a jaunty tune, kind of little bouncy, um, but gets you ready with that. So a little bit of time goes by, and actually, can you look up something for me, Connor? 1 second. All right, just a sec. I'm having Connor look up a quick thing for me. That's not it. There it is. Because I just don't remember if he'd have access to that. Because I don't have his character sheet. Down the bottom. Yep, okay. So, is actually going to, before you go out, is going to kind of just give you a little pat on the back and says, break a leg. And is going to cast Enhance Ability. And so, for the next hour, is going to give you Eagle Splendor, so you'll have advantage on your charisma check, which I'm going to have you do, because as you go out there and the crowd is applauding and getting ready to go, you need to make me a performance check, as will he.
Oh, this is what I live for, with advantage.
With advantage.
Okay, that is a 26.
Okay. For him, he rolled a nat 20. It's a little above that. I don't have his exact character sheet, but it's probably around that same range. He's got a high performance. So you both go out there, and the cello begins a little slow and sets sort of the pace. There's no drum for this. So the cello sort of sets the beat and then motions for you to start. And you kind of were ready. You were expecting this. You knew when it was coming because you could feel the build in the music. And so you begin to play your accordion. And everyone, I'll be honest, everyone sees the rat come out and they're like, all right, what's going on here? What's happening? Who's pulling our leg? And then you go on the accordion and you start to just blow their minds. They were not expecting this, and it picks up and it speeds up and it goes, and the music carries through the room. And before, when you entered, it was very quiet because of this very nice melody from the singing. Everybody starts getting up and cheering and dancing, and it's this big performance. And the room starts to fill as time goes on. This was like the getting into some more of the main event sort of thing. This is one of the openers for the main event, but more people start to fill in and start to dance, and drinks are bought and sloshed in places, and it's a very energetic crowd. Some money is thrown on the stage, which is then swept into a hat to be collected and split later. With a 26 on your part, and then him getting a net 20 plus whatever it is, it is some of the best performing some of these people have ever seen that are in this room. And once it comes down, it's an abrupt stop. The applause is deafening in this room, and a bow is given by Elfir. Do you bow as well?
Here.
And so all of them watch this radioactive purple rat give a bow. And at that, like, people were already like definitely cheering and clapping and throwing coins and other things up on the stage, because there are other things thrown on the stage as well, like random random things, but still goods that could be sold. There's like lengths of rope, and you even see like a gem thrown up on the stage. Like there's a lot of just random different stuff. There's food put up there, drinks put up there for the performers. It was already deafening though, but when you give a bow, they lose it. They fucking lose it. And so the performance ends, you are taken backstage, and what is that? I don't know what that is. And you're taken backstage, and Elfir just looks to you, a little out of breath because very fast performance, and just looks to you. That was fantastic. I mean, if you're ever in the area again and you want to do a little more performing, I'd be happy to perform with you occasionally.
I would love to collaborate once again.
Oh shit, give me a second. Because it'd been over 10 minutes. He's like, cast it again. Say again.
oh, it would be an honor and a pleasure.
Wonderful. Well, then we'll do so. And I'll make sure to be more prepared for the conversing next time. Maybe get an item to allow me to just speak. Anyway, that was fantastic. I do have to head out for another set. This one is a solo deal. But definitely, and I will have one of my people split the money with you. Since, of course, some of that was done by you. So I will have them split that with you. And he'll call a servant over, and they bring the hat and start to divvy it out. And in total, I'm going to say you get 2 platinum pieces. There is 32 gold. And I'm going to say a lot of it's copper, about 125 copper. As
Awesome.
well as well as there is some food. A lot of it is like breads and cheeses and things, just stuff that would like they could set up there on the stage on like a plate. There is like a half-eaten chunk of like filet mignon, as well as a couple like glasses of wine. It's like cheap wine, but wine nonetheless. And then there's also, you are also given a small red gem, which I'll just tell you how much it's worth now. It is worth 50 gold piece. You would have to find someone to buy it, of course, but a small red gem, I'll say it is like a garnet, a very finely cut garnet.
Did you say 15 or 50?
50.
All right.
You got a pretty good haul, but like you are performing with one of the finest you are performing with I don't know. I mean, it'd be like if someone got on stage with Freddie Mercury and just started shredding it. Like that is what you just did. Because I mean, you went in there with Solon. We're like, "Hey, I'm a friend." He was like, "All right, let's get up there," and you fucking killed it. A 26? Hell yeah. So you have performed. You have, again, food and drink if you want to partake, as well as money, which you can add. It's all in like a pouch. All of the stuff except the food is in a pouch. So easy to transport.
Before Elfir does go back on the stage,
Yes.
Solon's gonna kind of grab his shoulder.
Okay.
Can't stay yet.
Oh, all right. Well, what's going on? You look concerned.
Needs help.
Friend? Which friend?
They called him Kingsley.
Kingsley. Kingsley, I'm not familiar, I'm sorry. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, please let me know.
Will do.
Alright.
Where find you?
I'm currently staying, here, actually.
How long?
Probably going to be here for another couple of weeks, and then I have a performance down in Lower City again. But I'm going to be performing on and off here.
We'll find you if need.
Good. And he kind of like, as you're talking, just kind of keeps looking back toward the stage, is like really like eager to get back on there.
He will just kind of gently shove him towards it.
All right, and then we'll rush off toward the stage, and immediately like hops up on the stage and like gives a flourish and gets right back to it. And so, the night is yours. Is there anything else the either of you would like to do?
Did we decide where we were all meeting up?
I don't know. Did you decide
we?
where you're all meeting? I don't know that you did, which we can go back in time and say that you did if you would like to, because
I think we really need to have an idea of where the group would have met up.
Because how it basically has gone, in my eyes, is you all arrived, said, "I got things to do," and darted opposite directions.
Did we not agree to meet back at Wix like, I swear someone said that briefly.
I mean,
Did we?
I also believe it was something about Wix. Something.
Okay.
If they believe it, I believe it. I don't remember.
We all believe it.
hell.
We're all unanimously delusional.
The Lulu is the
The
Trululu.
perfect place to be.
Lulu is a
Yeah.
Solulu for the Trululu. That is
I mean,
very
here's-
true.
Here's what I will say is, even if you didn't decide that, you did now. So there you
Yay.
go. You all decided to meet back at
Yeah.
Wix. When? Would you have decided to meet? But just like in a day, in 2 days?
Good question. Everyone? We have a collective?
ASAP.
Probably in the morning, I'd say.
Mm.
Yeah, that worked.
Yeah,
Okay.
I need to see my father for his birthday.
Okay.
Please, I will not be down there for the morning. You will see me in the noon, but that's about it.
Mm.
Well,
Okay.
the noon is when your dolls will be done.
That
I
works.
think.
It sounds like such.
That will be always ominous.
I think Solon would go ahead and head down there, even though it's still the evening,
Okay,
just because he doesn't really have anywhere to stay and doesn't want to stay with Elfir. No offense to the man.
fair. I mean, hey, he's probably going home with many people, so that's fine.
Mhm.
Oh.
He's dealt enough with that. He's happy
Yeah.
to have a break.
Yeah, listen.
It's weird being roommates with someone like him.
Very true. It's like the opposite of Siren. Siren goes home with people and is like, "Oh, you know, this is my research. This is what I do." And then you go home with Elfir, and it's like, "Let's put a sock on the door."
Uh-huh.
Oh my god.
Don't disturb. So you go down Radioactive Purple Rat Baby. I assume you go with Solon down to Wick's shop.
Yep.
Okay.
Cool.
Well, then here's what I'm going to ask. Because I know what Zernus was doing. We just did you two. I'll ask Wick, since people are currently coming to your shop. Yeah, well, it's actually going to be less than that.
A little.
We are going to be taking a break soon, but I do want to ask Wick. What would you have gone and done? You guys departed from the dock. Where would you have gone?
Since I didn't entirely have like a plan, I had a plan thing that I forgot, but I do remember it now because it took a minute to think about it. But I feel like Wick would have at least visited her uncle's grave, as she had never gotten the chance to do so before.
Okay.
Yeah.
That works. Do you have a specific place where you would want it to be? Do you want it to be down in the cogs, or do you want it to be somewhere else?
I feel like it would be in the cogs, as born and raised down there, so it's like the uncle probably would have his grave there, but it would be shitty because
Okay.
love.
Of course. And so you actually make your way there, and you had been gone for some time with the weird time stuff that had happened and everything else. You have been gone for a while. But making your way there, you are able to find it relatively easy. The Cogs is a very dark, kind of loud, kind of hot, muggy place. But what you find is a grave set within... Well, I guess I'll kind of give you an idea of how that works down here. In the Cogs, there's not a lot of dirt. It's mostly stone and other stone-like materials. And so what they often do for a lot of graves is they will bring dirt down from the surface. They'll dig a place in the ground out of the rock and then fill it with dirt from the surface. However, there's no grass. It's usually just the dirt, which packs and packs and packs until it's just there. Now, that is how you see it. There do appear to be certain, like, little bit of plant life growing there, not grass or flowers or anything, but like little bits of different fungi and things like that that are kind of growing in the area at this point. On top of it, you do see the gravestone. And this is, I'll say, situated within. There is a large area with many graves, and this is a large graveyard down here. But you're able to find it relatively easy. It's somewhere you wouldn't forget. Anything you'd like to do while here?
I'd like to think, at least for Wick, she would take a seat across, like, from the grave, right? And she would pull out this beer bottle or something, like some type of alcohol, placed a little bit for her technically what she considered her father, and like just make a toast to like having a good death, or not a good death, but having a happy life when he lived it.
Okay.
And slowly takes a sip, just enjoying this silence for the moment while few tears fall down her face. She needs to say damn.
Of course. And so you do, and you sit and you have this sort of toast to a life lived. And there is silence here. While the Cogs is a very loud place, there are some, out of respect, enchantments put in place in this area to quiet it down. It's not silent, but it's quieter. And so you sit there in this sort of profound silence, and there are people walking around, other people visiting graves. Some people which you immediately recognize as clerics of some kind that are kind of walking grave to grave, saying different rites for the dead. Something you'd be familiar with after coming here for a while. This is a common thing. And
I do have a question for you, actually, that I'll send to you privately.
oh, okay. I will look. I actually need to check a thing anyway, because I need to know things. Ah, that was just Connor sending me your notes, because you were taking notes in your chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. I'll say probably after we finish up with Wick stuff here, that's when we'll go take our break. Me and Connor are going to shove some food in our faces real quick. And then, Connor, can you actually go... you don't know how to use the toaster oven.
No, I don't.
Shit. Think you can figure it out?
No.
Okay. Well, there's already hot pizza in there, so we'll just eat that.
Yeah, we can just heat up the other stuff later.
Yeah.
I mean, we're probably still going to be hungry after Dend anyways.
Huh.
What?
Nothing has to do with this. Don't look.
I'm not. I can't read it
Okay,
from here.
that is a good question. Make me a perception check, Wick.
I will do that.
Yeah, that is a good question. I'm glad you... Huh?
On the table.
Yeah, on the table.
That's a 23 on a perception.
Oh, I know. This was just a general question, though. It's about to be on the table. Just a question. Mm-hmm. Has nothing to do with that. Mm-hmm. Say again. Sorry. What was the perception?
23.
23. Okay. So as you're sitting there, kind of looking across the way, you see a figure standing probably 40 feet away. They're kind of near the entrance to this area, and they're kind of standing there just looking at you for a moment. They, at this distance and with the sort of darkness in that space, it's hard to really see any features.
Right.
But they're just kind of standing there, and then they turn and start to walk away.
I feel like Whip would be a bit skeptical, and then kind of make a mental note of it as she slowly looks back at the grave to think. It's like, that was very odd.
Mhm.
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
just nervous for no reason. I apologize.
Oh, you're fine. You have no reason to be nervous. Nothing terrible is going to happen. What? Did I say something wrong?
No, you didn't.
The encouraging words of the DM.
Listen, nothing bad has ever happened. I've never done anything horrible. To
It
any
did.
of your characters.
I didn't know you were so funny today.
I'm hilarious. So you sit there at the grave, and we're at a grave. This is sad. I'm kidding. But you do see that, and they kind of just look at you for a moment and then walk away, leaving the area. But from what little you saw, you feel like you know that person. But again, you couldn't really make out any details super clearly. But I will tell you, you do feel like you know them.
Right.
Their general body shape and what you could see of the outfit, they're someone you know. But you just could not make out the details to really know who they are at that distance.
That is fair. I am writing this down for my sake.
Yeah. Someone you saw quite a few times. Someone you would definitely know. But
Yes.
it didn't take you too long to get down there from leaving the docks. You guys are kind of near the lower city. It took you a little bit to get down there, but not too long. And then getting there, yeah. Anywhere else you'd like to go, or do you just spend some time there for a little while?
I'd like to spend a few more minutes there before heading back to my workshop.
Okay. So you head back to your workshop. And what would you like to do while there, if anything?
I could probably just work on some mechanics and just chill. Oh, actually, that would be a perfect opportunity to start working on the Cerberus little doggy thing I was trying to make one time.
Yeah, definitely.
Just for a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely that works. So you can work on that. I'll say go ahead and make me this would be a Tinker Tools check, which I know as an artificer you have proficiency, I believe. Automatically, I think that's just a thing you get. So what I will say is go ahead and make me, it'll be an intelligence roll. So intelligence or dexterity, I'll let you choose. And then add your proficiency modifier.
Oh yeah, I'll choose dexterity. Has a higher modifier.
Okay.
That was a fucking 11.
Okay, 11, is that total or with the modifiers? Or is that total or without?
11. It's with the modifier.
Ah, so it's a total 11. Okay. Also, I think you might have cut out. Say something. Yeah. I heard like the last word cut out, and I was like, yeah, there you go. Poof. 11 total with modifier. Okay, as long as you can hear me, that's fine. Yeah, okay, there you go. We'll give it a sec. Technical difficulties. Poke. Why'd you poke me? Okay, that's fair. I'll give it a sec. And then... hello, welcome back. It work? No. Okay, well... if it's not working, I think this is actually a great time. let's go ahead and take our break. We will just go ahead and take our break now, because that's fine. That'll give you time to fix that, and I hunger. So we'll be right back in like, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes, however long it takes us. We'll be back. See you soon. 1. And we're back. Hello. Okay. So, Wick, your stuff good now? Now that we're back? If you're back. If not, we can go
Didn't
into
she
other things.
go to get lasagna or something?
I have no idea.
Yeah, she did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then never mind. We'll come back to that. That is actually perfect because I wanted to ask, Maldet, are you here?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Is there anything you wish to do in the night? You have about 3 hours till sundown.
Okay, so question.
Yes.
I was gonna ask before we started, but I got here a bit late, and then we just started right away.
You're good.
So, could our characters spend a certain amount of like time using our free time to, let's say, earn like proficiency in a skill?
Yeah, that's actually a really good use of downtime. Yeah, you can do that for sure. You just have to spend certain amount of time, and depending on the skill, the rules is written. You also usually have to spend um if you spend money, it can actually expedite the amount of time. Rules is written, I think you actually have to spend money, but by my
Mhm.
rules, you can do it for free. It's just going to take you like twice as long.
Yeah, that's understandable.
So yes.
Cool. Can I just like spend my time like just training, like athletics? You know, running around, uh, getting into some sparring with like just typical things to like that you would do in the athletic field.
For sure. And actually, go ahead and I'll just have you for the first leg of this. Roll me an athletics check with your current modifier.
0. Just a straight roll.
Yep.
Let's see. That's a 5.
A 5. Definitely something you're going to need a little bit of practice in. It's going to take you some time, but you are definitely determined. And with given some time, you can definitely do this. I will say this first day, you are going to be sore the next day. But like, I mean, hey, when you're first getting into something like this, or even not doing it for a while, and being a little out of practice, I mean, that tends to happen. You will be sore, but definitely given some time, you can learn the skill. So yeah, definitely. Is that what you would just want to spend your night doing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then eventually head into bed. Do you hole up at a tavern, or do you go to Wix? Where do you go for your rest?
Since I wasn't like invited by Wick, I'm just gonna spend at a tavern.
Okay, cool. So hole up at a tavern. I'll say 2 silver. You get a decent room, and for 5 copper, you can get the shithole in the back.
I'll do a gold and for like a couple
Ooh.
days.
Okay, cool. Paying for a decent room for a couple days, that is doable. And so you get your room. You've done some training. Keep on that, and I'll keep a tally, and after a certain amount of time, you'll get that skill. Do me a favor, and
Yep.
in the private chat or somewhere for your notes at the very least, just mark down that
Sure.
you've done 1 day of training. We'll just call this 1 day of training, even though it was only a few hours.
Got it.
Okay. And
Also,
then
a
I'll
reminder
keep
to anyone taking a long rest, extra spell slot.
correct. If you have rested
For
in
in-game
Kingsport, you've
sport.
taken a long rest.
Oh,
you get an
yeah.
extra spell slot. I believe so far the only people who are not getting that is Aurelie and Drossen, because you two are not taking a long rest. So there's that. I will actually say as well. So like I said, it's about 5 hours until the Drossen Aurelie event gets back up to time where we were. Zernus, since you are an elf, and given the amount of time that passed between what you were doing and resting, you actually would have gotten that spell slot already because you only require 4 hours for a rest. So you would have already.
I don't even need to sleep for 8 hours, but I will because I miss my fiance.
You choose to. The way I'm basically going to rule it is you can choose to sleep for 8 hours. That is a thing you can do, but you get your long rest in 4, given the transability of elves. So there you go. Anything else? Yeah, so that's that. So we got you resting, you're resting. You two are off doing shit right now. Those two did that. Galliard, I'm gonna hop over to you actually real quick. So you are in the city. What do you want to do until you decide to rest? You have about 3 hours till sundown.
Well, are there any sort of magic item shops that might be open? Anything that he might know, the better stuff, not the, little smaller things down here in this area. More things with more prestige.
More prestige. Well, definitely got to go up to the upper city for that, and that is doable.
Maybe specifically like an
silver.
armory or like blacksmith type of thing.
Okay, so you're looking for more. Gotcha. I think I know what you're looking for. Okay. Yeah, you actually would be familiar with the place, living here most of your life, and magic being your area of expertise. I'll say, you know, a place that you kind of hope is still open because their hours are a little bit weird and they kind of fluctuate, but you hope they're still open. And you head up there. It is, if you want to take the gondola, that's the word I couldn't remember before. It is a silver.
Is that the quickest way to get there?
That is definitely the quickest.
Yeah, then he would do that.
Yeah, quickest from where you are. You can get to a sky coach, but that's like a walk to where it is, and then it'll go up really quickly. But from where you are currently, it'd be the quickest to take the gondola. And so head your way up, and takes you right up top. The mime pulling you up, and you find yourself up there. You're led out into the city and making your way toward the market district. There is a it is primarily a blacksmith, but they do carry a variety of magically enchanted things because the guy next door is the enchanter. The blacksmith is the coal fire forge, and the enchanter, the coal fire forge, is the blacksmith, ran by a stout dwarven man, keeping up the craft. Been around for a long time. He's later in his years, and his name is Godfrey. Not a very dwarven name, but he has lived in this area most of his life rather than back home. And then you have next door the enchanter. That is Oliver. Oliver is a halfling. He is a younger guy, but very talented in enchanting. Went to one of the finer schools, and he runs. Trying to think of a name for an enchanter shop. I'm blanking. He runs an enchanter shop. I normally am good at coming up with names, but that one I'm blanking. But he runs. It is a sort of joint thing. They are joined in the center of these two shops. So, most of the wares are kept in the coal fire forge. So, is that where you would go?
Yes, that's where he would go, and he's looking for we'll get there first. Yeah.
Okay.
That's where he goes.
All right. So you head in, and they do look to be closing up, but they're not closed. It's kind of like you're coming in, like last minute. This is like they'll take some orders, they'll take some stuff, but probably like 15 minutes they'll be closed.
Yeah. Just kind of scurries in. Just wait, please. Hello. I know you're closing down, but I have something in mind. If you're still open to doing things. Okay, so he proceeds to kind of explain uh this sort of shield in his mind. It's like real world, kind of similar to like a SWAT shield, if you will.
Okay.
Uh,
Hmm.
just some quality quality materials and such, as well as like a more stronger enchantment placed upon it to make it much more durable.
Kind of mulls it over and actually kind of looks around the space because there is a wall of shields. Some of them ornamental, some of them not. And there is one that he kind of points out, and you look at it, and it is not at all what you described. It doesn't even look like a shield. It is a thin strip of metal with a gem in the center. And it has it doesn't even have a handle. There's nowhere to hold it. But it's just hanging on the wall. And pulls it out and pulls it off the wall and is like, I know kind of what you're describing, but follow me for a second. And kind of walks over to the one side of the room and picks up a bracer, a very simple leather bracer, and kind of ties the thing to the bracer and kind of fashions it, makes sure it's tight. But you kind of get a good look at this thing, and it has these sort of slits down each side, like something could be inserted possibly, and kind of motions for you to stand back. Do you do so?
He does so, getting ready to throw up mage armor if need be.
um, and he's like, so kind of what you're describing. I could make it out of metal and wood and all that stuff, but I did pick up this piece recently. It's normally part of an augmentation that would be put into a person's body, but I was able to fashion something that could be put on the outside as well, like this. And with a twist of his hand, you watch as the gem begins to glow a bright blue, and out of the top and bottom shoots a sort of wall of light, blue in color, that is it covers basically his whole front of his body, and is about the size of this thing. And he looks at you and says, now, I always like to test my wares, make sure people trust that they're of good quality. Sling something at me.
Anything?
Not a fireball. Try to make it something targeted.
Oh yes. Okay. Just quickly like flings out a magic missile. Just 1, 2, 3, quickly.
1, 2, 3,
Towards.
magic missile. And he actually does the wrist twist again, and you watch it glow even brighter. And it effectively, and you can kind of tell this with your arcane knowledge, you see runes begin to glow. It casts the shield spell. It is a shield, but it also allows you to at least one time, you don't know exactly, but at least once, cast the shield spell. And then he, after the magic missiles, they strike and dissipate, does another twist of the wrist in the opposite direction, and the light goes down at very quick succession. So, again, I could make it out of metal, which would be a little cheaper, or I can, well, I got this. It does act as a shield, and a pretty good one at that, but it also has some magical capabilities. What's your budget is, I think, the bigger question. How much are you willing to spend?
Oh, unfortunately, I'm limited to the paltry sum of 900 gold.
900 gold. Ooh, I mean, that is quite a bit of cash you got on you. Definitely would get you a standard shield of that. For this is worth a little more. Not much, but a little bit, but I could cut you a deal. I actually need something done, and if you could do it for me, I'd be willing to cut you a deal.
Well, I suppose it depends on what sort of work you have in mind, or something that whatever needs to be done. I suppose.
Well, it's actually for my enchanter friend next door. He's not in right now, and I kind of want to surprise him a little bit
Oh,
with something. If you
uh-huh.
could, um, well, we've been friends for a while. Just wanted to, little surprise for business partnership. Um, if you could, um, well, and he'll kind of go behind, and grab it's a red painted wooden box with some gold filigree on it, and pulls it up on the counter. And it's probably, it's a good couple feet long, maybe foot wide, and about a foot tall, and opens it up. And on the inside, you see a beautiful wand. It is. It looks as much beautiful in terms of function as it does just appearance. You can tell this would be a very nice wand, something that definitely could be used, and would do a very good job at what it does. But it's just beautifully made. It's got a lot of like plant sort of imagery on it. It almost looks like golden vines wrapped around the handle. Very pretty. And then closes it back. If you could actually run this down to. He's not in his shop, but if I tell you where he's currently living, if you could just drop it on his doorstep. It's in the upper city
That's
here.
the. Oh yes, of course I could do that. Do you want me to just deliver a package then?
Basically, I don't have time to run it tonight, and to be entirely
Oh,
honest with you, I was kind of hoping to give it tomorrow. Tomorrow was kind of our business anniversary. Um, so
oh,
that's
that's
kind of why I
nice.
wanted to have it dropped off.
No, it's just funny, odd, nice little thing. Parallels. I mean, I'm doing this for a
Uh,
friend as well. Anyways, yes, I can
oh,
take care of this.
oh, all right. So, um, yeah, just if you could just run this there. You know what I'll do? Here's what I'll do. I'll give this to you. Um, this piece to you. If you could take this, I will tell you it does have a tracker on it. So if you do run off it with it, I will kill you. Um,
Oh yes, yes. I mean,
I
I
will
wouldn't
find
do
you.
anything like that.
Yeah. Well, I didn't think
I
so.
mean, you've
Um,
seen my face and everything. I'm not here. Not an
oh,
illusion. He pokes himself.
of course. And kind of picks up out of the fire because there's been something sitting in the fire, and it's burning red hot at the end, and just kind of pulls it up and waves it in your direction, just kind of motioning while talking. Yeah, because I'd really hate for anything to happen to you. Um, you understand? I can't trust everyone in this city explicitly, but
Oh yes, yes, yes,
I
yes. No, I know, I know, I know. I understand.
yeah. I mean, you seem nervous enough. I don't think you'd do anything, and not nervous in the gonna commit crimes way, but in the really socially anxious way.
Oh yes, well, I am quite anxious. But yes.
Ah, nice. Well, then I trust you. Um, Here, I'll give you this piece. I will take a down payment. Just to ensure my security. Um, I'll give you the whole thing for 600. Again, a very nice piece, magical capability, and all that. And also, what it is even before the enchantment is quite powerful. So I'll give you the whole thing for 600. Give me half up front before you leave, and then when you get back, you can pay the other half, or you can pay the full thing now. Up to you.
The entire thing is 600. Did you say?
Entire thing would be 600.
Oh yes, no, no,
And
no. I can take care of that now.
okay, perfect. Then
And of course,
yeah,
deliver this as well for you because yes.
yeah.
And then he kind of just
Normally,
starts dividing.
oh, just start to add. Yeah, he kind of makes sure and counts it as you are as well. And as he does, normally it'd be closer to 1,000, maybe a little over, but because I mean these augments that this was made from are exquisite, but very expensive. Um, but if you're ever in the market for that sort of thing, there's tons of people around here who will install them for you, for a price, of course.
Oh, yes. Um,
Um,
if I may ask, this is exquisite. I mean, the technique and how it will fit in the hand, it seems. Where do you? I know it might be a little strange, but do you happen to know of course you'd probably have to know. Where did you get this?
Oh, the wand. I got the wand from a gentleman in the middle city. Oh, what was his name? I believe it was Gerard. Gerard owns a little shop. It's like in the, and he kind of gives you like vague directions for where it would be. Um, anyway, yeah, Gerard, he owns um, Gerard's Wondrous Wand Emporium. You can always run down there. He's got many like this.
Oh.
This was a custom piece. So, um, it was a custom piece, but, you could always take a pick down there. He's got some other nice pieces as well.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate both, the information as well as the business done here. So, yes, the details. Where exactly am I dropping, this fine piece of craftsmanship again?
And he will actually basically give you like a very simple map with an address. It's it's on the other side of the upper city, so it's like a decent walk. There are other ways to get there. You could take one of the steam carriages over there. You could take a sky coach, although those usually go up and down, so you'd have to pay a little extra to get them to fly you over there. Or you could walk.
Oh. I have a question
Yes.
about this, because Galliard would likely know. Are there any rules against, like, just flying here?
No, there's no rules. If you have magical or other means to get places, people don't really care as long as you're not putting other people in danger or yourself.
Oh, yes, no. We're completely fine.
Of course.
All right, so he knows where to go. He has the package, the box, as well as this, interesting shield concept.
Mm-hmm. I
And
will
I
say
believe between
the bracer came with it, so you do have
Hmm.
that as well. I will get you more information on exactly what that is shortly. Although, looking at the time, I don't know that we might get to that tonight. We'll see. But either way, I will get it to you when I can.
All right, fair.
But do you
So,
begin the trek?
Before that happens, Galliard just asks if there's like any specific way, just leave it on the door, wait for somebody to come to the door and get it. Just leave it.
So he'll kind of tell you it is a gated area, so like you'll have to kind of like buzz in. But just say you have a package from the Coal Fire Forge, and they'll let you in.
All right. Thank you. I will be off now.
All right. Well, thank you for doing this for me. I'm getting a bit up in the years, and a trek like that is a bit much for me.
Completely understandable. Yes, good day. And he just scurries out, unsure of how to end a conversation properly.
That's fair. And you hear him chuckle a little bit at that. How do you wish to go there? How do you wish to get to the location? If at all, you could steal it.
He's gonna strap.
I mean, you could just take it.
Oh no. Maybe it is definitely tempting to Galliard, but that's everything. He doesn't want anything bad happening. Not right now.
Yeah.
So he'll just attach the staff to his back, a couple straps and such, that he can make sure, hands free.
Mhm.
And then he'll just kind of orient himself, make sure he knows where he's going. Tap his boots, and then very awkwardly, he's casting the spell Fly on himself.
Okay. And so you begin casting the spell, casting Fly, and feet raising up off the ground. Um, and you begin to fly. How long does that last? What is the duration of fly?
It lasts for 10 minutes, and I have
Okay.
a flying speed of 60 feet.
Okay. You can actually cover a really great distance, and actually, you can get probably halfway there with one cast, because the way and God, I will eventually get a map of this city. I made one and hated it. Um, the thing about Kingsport is it's not even necessarily that it takes a long time to cover distances because of the size of it. It is part of it, but also because, especially in the upper portion here, it's a lot of like bridges and large platforms and having to go around buildings and through alleys and through streets and curving this way and that. Flying, especially at double your normal movement speed, you are able to just go over all that. You are able to just go over all of it, and so you can get probably halfway there in 10 minutes, covering a lot of distance in a very short amount of time. Are you able to cast again, or do you want to have to find a new way to get the rest of the way?
You know what? This is his first time ever flying by himself properly, and
Yeah.
he wants to savor the experience. Uh, he'll cast again. Maybe just having a little bit too much more fun doing loops in the air, flying around, some more aerial acrobatics, or just flying there, Superman style, arms forward.
Oh, that's amazing. Do me a quick favor. Make me a dexterity saving throw. You're having a little bit of fun with
Oh
it
dear.
just to make sure you don't. This is less that something's happening, more to make sure something doesn't happen.
Well, that's a natural 20, +3.
Oh, okay, natural 20 plus 3. So you are flying through the air, and there are like sky coaches and things that are kind of like coming around the vicinity. Well, not sky coaches, but like personal sky cars and things that are like around the area, and you're just kind of flying around them, doing like the back spins past them and having a grand old time. And as you feel the spell coming to a close, you land safely, without issue, and then you um yeah. And then you find yourself landing and standing in front of the place you were told to go. Um, and so you see again, it is a large house with a gate out front, and there is a lightly glowing sort of red glyph on the side of the gate, which you would actually recognize the sort of concept of what this is, because you would have one on your family's gate um, as well as many of the families up here. This is sort of like a specified alarm spell in a glyph where you would press it, and then someone designated with it would get a ping.
All right. He looks at it, being a little bit too entranced by the spell itself, or shaking his head and then just pressing it once.
Okay. There is no sound, but you're familiar, and of course there would not be. And a minute goes by, 2 minutes go by, and you're kind of getting a little antsy,
Pressing
and
it
then you
again.
do see someone come through the front door. Um, it looks to be. It doesn't look to be the man you're familiar with that runs the enchanter's shop, but
Mhm.
someone kind of approaches. Looks to be a very lithe, orcish man, kind of, or half orcish man. Looks to you. Yes, what can I do for you?
Oh, I'm here dropping off a package for Oliver, the enchanter, and this is where his residence is. Yes,
That
it's
is
from a
correct.
business associate, Godfrey.
Ah, Godfrey. Yes, I am Master Oliver's. I am his. What would you call steward? Yes, I. You said you had a package.
Yes, I do. He kind of like carefully moves this around to show it to. this man.
Ah, well, I will happily take that for you and make sure that he gets it. You are a. And you have your staff on your back, kind of looks at it for a moment. Again, very weird looking staff. Compared to most. You are a mage of the arts,
Oh
is
yeah.
that correct? Of some kind?
Oh yes, and he just like waves his hand, minor illusion, some sparks and little baubles and shapes and colors.
Um, may I ask what is your specialty, if any?
Uh, I don't. Admittedly, well, I've always found specializing in one school distasteful, so I've always well, no, sorry. Answer your question. I'm more of a generalist. I make a point to study everything that I can, but I prefer illusions, transmutations, abjurations, the more useful day-to-day stuff, not the, blow up people stuff.
Well, that is fair enough. If you ever get the chance, I know the master has been looking for a little bit of guidance from someone outside of the school. Not guidance, a little bit of assistance from a mage outside of the college. They are, excuse my language, but in his words, a bunch of fuckheads. And he's been looking for someone else to aid in some research. If you happen to find some extra time, no rush, of course. I know he was looking for a little bit of assistance.
Oh, yes. He kind of like remembers for a moment that, he's a noble and he has the ring with the Trelai family crest on it. Then he just
Mhm.
shows it. Oh, yes, yes, I can
Oh,
take care of that. If
hmm.
there's any, specific time you want to meet or he would want to meet, they, you can do that,
At
and I would
at
be more
your
than willing to help.
of course, and at your earliest convenience. Truthfully, it is of no real rush. I know he is, of course, asleep right now. It is quite late, but I will make sure he gets this, and then at your earliest convenience, we would be honored to have you. Um, what should I call you?
My name.
If that is what you wish, unless you have a title you would prefer. Some people prefer to go by titles rather than names.
Yeah, you're the stinky.
Or just make an intelligence save. No. Uh, he just thinks for a moment. He's like realizes he has never thought of this before. Uh, he thinks back to the story that he's heard
Yeah.
from from the you know a resident original human
Uh
and
huh.
the desert. I suppose you may call me Galliard, the Gray.
Galliard the Grey. Huh. All right, well, I will make sure to let the master know that is what you shall be called. Mhm. All right.
Yes.
Well,
Thank you.
yes. And thank you. I will make sure that this is received. And for your troubles coming all this way, I mean, that's quite a distance. Kind of fishes something out of a pocket and hands over two things. One, a small pouch with some coin, which once you check it out, it's 20 gold. Um, and then also hands over, it is a very simple stamped silver crest, which you see matches the one on the gate. This crest is for when you return. Just in case I am not present, the guards will let you through.
All right. Thank you. This is all very fine. Yes, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I suppose that concludes our business.
Have a nice night. And we'll
Yes.
turn and begin to walk. So
he sighs. Which direction is home?
It's
and
like,
can he make it there in one casting of fly?
no, you can make it halfway because it's okay. Actually, here's what I'll say: you can actually probably make it most of the way there with one cast of fly, because basically, like, your home is around the middle where the big spire is. You had to go, let's just for sake of argument here, say to the right to the shops, and then all the way to the left to here. So now you're basically just going back toward the middle. So you can make it most of the way there with one cast of fly, and then it's like a 5-minute walk to your house.
Probably a bit more like 7 minutes because he wants to have fun again.
True. That would cut some time.
So yeah,
So.
he's just gonna head back home, flying again, just because he can.
Okay. And getting a little more used to this new sensation. I'm not gonna have you roll again, especially after that natural 20 last. But you having a little bit of fun with it, really kind of just experiencing this incredibly new experience. You land, walk a little more, and find yourself at home. Everyone else is still in bed, but you are let in, and your room is waiting. Anything else you'd like to do this night?
Anything this night? There's not enough time here. He'd probably just go to their, family library, take out a few books and read them as he falls asleep.
Okay. And falling asleep to words on page. Calm, serene. Solon and Radioactive Purple Rat Baby, you eventually do make your way to Wick's workshop. And Wick, if you're here, would you let them in?
Of course, I would let them in. I would be a rude hostess if not. I'd let them in.
Yeah. Perfect. And a question then for the three of you, Radioactive Purple Rat Baby, Wick, and Solon. Is there anything any of you would wish to do this night before you drift off to eventual sleep?
You want to play another round of Kings for Uno?
Yes.
Oh, say again.
Yeah!
Wait, what was that? I didn't hear it.
Do y'all
They
want to
play air.
Yeah. Like one more round before bed.
Okay. Sure.
Silly.
I forgot that was a thing. So I was very confused, but now I remember. Yeah, so you play, and you know what? Go ahead and... Solon, are you participating in this game of Fantasy Uno?
He can't read the cards.
You can't read the cards. Do you still want to try anyway?
No.
No. Okay. I was going to say, because I just have you roll with disadvantage. But like...
He literally can't read the cards.
So that's fair.
How would he know?
I don't know. Colors. Anyway, so... the two of you that are playing, go ahead and just roll me a flat d20. Do not add anything. Because this will determine...
You won. You fucking won.
Oh, what was it?
I rolled a 2.
A 2.
I got a 15.
Okay. So yeah, Wick, you win.
This is so...
Yeah. So you play, and it's a crushing victory. Like, it feels bad afterwards.
Rat
But
got forced to pick up 100.
oh yeah, you're just sitting.
I'll treat my son to some nice cheese and a
Which
bit of sweets.
son? You have two.
Indulging in my pockets.
Hello. Hello.
Help.
How
Get
are
out of there.
you?
You're making things worse.
A single mom
Yay.
that works 2 jobs.
You haven't got to hear this in person, Connor. How horrifying is it?
Just as horrifying.
Hello.
I'll
Anyway.
treat my 2 sons, to some nice snacks. Solon, would you like anything as well?
No. Is good.
No snacks.
Okay.
Well, with that, after getting that crushing defeat, falling asleep, all right, the two of you, we're back to you. So, Drawson, Aurelie, you are within what looks like stone walls. This space, Aurelie, you know where it is. And again, just as a reminder, everything on the table now. Not, you don't have to like character wise, but like no private chat conversations at this point. This is all on the table. So, what are you two doing after you got chased and escaped? Barely.
Hyperventilating.
Yeah. Hyperventilating.
Hyperventilating is what I'm doing.
We have 3 hours, and he's going to punch one of the bricks out of the wall, and it's going to open up a passageway. We have 3 hours before she finds us. Follow me, please.
What? Okay. I will follow.
I have a lot to explain to you, and I don't have a lot of time to do it. I am going to explain it as simply as I can. As the walls open up in front of him, he's speaking different command words in Primordial, which, if you want...
I understand!
Yes. They're different star symbols. I don't know the names of all the astrological signs in the universe, Josh, so I'm going to leave that up to you. But each one of the code phrases is all an astrological sign. You assume this is probably just the quick exit to the maze. It makes so much more sense now. Why didn't I think of it? Why didn't I think that they were the ones that killed the gods? It made so much sense. It was right in front of my face this entire time, and I never thought that that was the answer. Oh, I'm so over this godforsaken misery. And he'll punch another brick out of the wall. I have been at this for over 3,000 years, Drawson. Day in and day out, the same conversations, the same faces, the same events, over and over, and he's gonna punch another wall and it's gonna open again. And all I had to do was think. They were never gods to begin with, they're fae. They came here and uprooted everything, and they're the reason we're in the mess that we're in. Without the gods, there is no order to the world. The plane can't rotate, the cycle can't continue. And it left open a vacuum. A vacuum that needs to be filled. How much do you know about the time resets? Are you even aware that they're a thing?
Oh, yes, I was... It was kind of a lot.
Okay, I'm so happy I don't have to explain that to you. Let me put it... And he's gonna, like... He's rubbing his face. He seems so out of it. The one thing that's consistent throughout all of the resets is that no one remembers anything. Nothing, like it never happened to begin with.
Well, you know Siren, probably. He made us, me, and, everyone else but Wick. We all came from, a different place. But the same place?
Yes, it's a conjecture. Timelines are trying to mend themselves because without the gods, nothing makes sense to the timeline. There is no rationale. It's just a mess. It is branching passes that are just desperately trying to put themselves together to make something coherent. Throughout every single one of these time loops, something is always different. Like, for example, and he's going to open up another wall, bringing you into a laboratory, and he'll turn on the lights with the snap of his finger. And he's going to display a wall of portraits of many different people, very detailed portraits. Most of them are all colored. Creepily enough, there's several of you that look vaguely like you, but maybe you have like a different shade of hair or a different horn, or you're an elf or you're a human. And he says, "This is you. Say hello. This is all you, every single one of these people on these walls. Do you recognize them?" I sure
No.
do. He's going to point at one of them and grab it off the wall and hand it to you. This is you. This is you in a different timeline. Someone that I've met, someone that I've talked to, someone that I've experienced life with over and over again for the past as long as I can remember. And he's going to take a picture of Zernus. This is Zernus. And it doesn't look anything like Zernus. They're a dark elf. He's going to grab another one. This is Wick. They're a giant. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Who are you here as well?
No. I don't know why I'm here. I shouldn't be here. My parents don't exist. My family lineage doesn't exist. I am here by a complete whim. I remember everything while everyone remembers nothing, Drawson. I can't do it anymore. I've tried to do it alone for so long, and I'm such a fool thinking I could bear the weight of the world's problems on my back alone. But now that I'm working with all of you, now that I understand that I need you, we're getting somewhere. I've never gotten this far before. Together, with all of us, this, and he'll go to the walls of all of you, this nonsense can end. We don't have to sit here and relive the same 30 years over and over and over and over again, getting nowhere. I've carefully placed certain pieces of the puzzle in our favor, and I think we stand a shot at fixing this once and for all.
Hmm. And what happens then? What do we do?
He's going to take out a book, and he'll float it over to you. Recognize the names?
Do I recognize the names?
Sorry. They are the names of all of the gods, with quotes. The Fae, as he calls them.
Is there anyone missing? Or are they all there?
Josh? There
I'm
are some
thinking
names
about
there that I know you wouldn't recognize. I know that.
Yeah. To clarify, this is a list of all of the names of the gods you have. Is this a newer list or a list you've been keeping since the beginning? For my
This is a list has from the beginning. He knew that they were the problem, but he didn't know why.
Okay, so there are names here that you do not recognize, but you do recognize all of the gods you know of. All of the gods that you are familiar with from the main pantheon are there. There's, I'm going to say yes. Every god that is on my pantheon is present on that list.
Everyone.
I'm actually going to make sure I'm not wrong on this. Let me go ahead and look.
Yeah. What I'm wondering about is the is Zelson, I think. No, not that one.
Zelson
Keen.
is Keen. I'm gonna say Keen is not on that list. But it's because of what you would know of their origin, which is
Yes.
actually Drossett. I don't know if you have made this roll before.
I'm
Good. I don't know if you
I'm
did.
not sure if I've made the roll before.
Go ahead and make me a religion check or a history check, either one. Because of course you're finding out certain things are not true. However, let's just see if you know what you've been told, or if you've been told.
8. I don't.
No, you don't know. Keen is not on that list, and I will actually say with that roll, because Keen is not a figure that is really well known, I'm going to say you don't even know who that is. So you don't know that they're missing, because they have not been present at any of the things that you have seen. They're on the Pantheon, but you don't know who they are. Because they're just not a out there figure. So anyway,
yes, okay.
all of the other names are there, plus a few you don't recognize. There is one I will even say, because I remember this from my old Pantheon. It is a goddess, a wood elf of the drunk. She was the god of alcohol, or goddess of alcohol. Yeah.
So if I'm understanding, we are living over and over again because of the gods, all of them. And how do we stop that from happening?
I'm so glad you asked. It's really simple. It's wonderfully simple. We kill them. We kill them and extract their essence so it can be reabsorbed into the plane so it can't be misused anymore. And we have to prevent those who would try to misuse it from gaining such power. There is a name that I am about to give you. The name of a very powerful being. His name is Devros. You don't know him. You won't know him. He's covered his tracks very well. He is my boss. I answer to him. I know for a fact that that man wants to do terrible things if he were to get a hold of one of these essences. We cannot allow him to do so. I have sacrificed and done so many terrible things to get on his good side, but I am the ample position that I need to be in order to get us in the right situation and scenario to take him out with minimal effort. He trusts me, and trust is a fatal flaw.
I left Rain by the tavern. Can we send someone from the Grims to get him? To get her? Her.
I can do
That
that
horse
now.
woman.
Give me a name, a description.
I
and
will
we'll
give.
open up a spell book.
I will give the name of Kingsley Staten, the vague
What is the
description
name?
of
I don't
him.
remember.
I don't know, but
I can remember. Oh, I'm asking
Drossett
Connor because
definitely
Connor's right
knows.
here. Hold on.
Leandor.
Leander is the name of the father. I always
Yes,
forget.
Yes,
Okay.
Leander Grimm, and I will give a description of Kingsley's dad. I've seen him enough times. He almost died in front of me. It was fun.
Yeah, very traumatic, burned into your brain. So yeah, you give that description, and you're sending a message to have Rain picked up.
Yes.
Okay.
It won't be immediate. Time flows differently here, and I've done that on purpose. When I said we have about 3 hours, I meant 3 hours in here. It's going to be about 20 minutes out there. She will figure out where we are very quickly. I have a precaution against that. I prepared for this 'cause this has happened before, and I can't have you dying. Not now. We're making too much progress.
Okay. I'm going to Do you have Kingsley stuff, or do I have Kingsley stuff, or do we?
I think we both just kind of split it between us.
I'm going to get out Kingsley's plush of Mundungus that I got him and hug it, because this is a lot of information.
Mm-hmm. So what I will say is all of you have everything except for basically whatever was on Kingsley, except for armor, because that would have taken too long to take off, clothes. Another thing that you didn't get, because it wasn't there, is the book that Kingsley took in the library that made him vanish. Bless you.
Okay.
That was not present. But you have everything else that Kingsley would have had. Gesundheit. And then I believe, yes, I believe the Lance of the Sun Touched, as you found out it was, that was Kingsley's lance.
Maldet has that.
Maldet has it, is currently in the bag of holding.
Yes.
So that is where Kingsley's items currently are. So there you go. But yes, other stuff would be split between you. So continue.
I don't think that Anir actually lost his memory, because he was there at the tavern when we were in the library. And
Someone did that to him.
Is Dramat's with us? I know she doesn't like the others. Is that...
Given enough time, I can find a way to recontact with them. I've talked with them before. The primordial gods, the ones that were here originally, are the only ones that we can put any faith in at this point. You trust none of them. They are fey, they are tricksters at their very core. They will do anything to protect themselves. They're the pure epitome of narcissism. They care not for you nor I, no matter what their masquerade might say. Please, I cannot stress that enough. Anir is not our friend. None of them are. We have to keep their godly items away from them as much as we can. Every single one of them that gets reunited with their weapon is one detriment that I can't always prepare for. We've gotten this far because I've been able to pull some strings, and I'm sorry I've lied to you. It's just... I've done this before. I've had this conversation with you. It doesn't always go well. Sometimes you've tried to kill me. Sometimes you say that you trust me and then you turn your back on me and rat me out and then I die. I have to trust you and I hate that. So please, can I?
Tell the others. Tomorrow.
Everything?
Yes.
There's something you should see. And he will lead you further into the lab and will open up a door using the gauntlet that he has on his arms and will basically just wave it open. And inside, strapped down, tightly secured, is a warhead. The same warhead that was in that silo. You know what this is?
Vaguely? Not.
Is a weapon of mass destruction. A weapon that Devers has tasked me with giving him. I cannot betray his trust. In so doing, I am telling you this because I have to deliver it to him. He must think that I am still his ally. But you should be aware that I have this and that he will have it. I don't know what consequences him acquiring this device will incur, but it can't be good. And I'm sorry. But I think it's the only way.
When will you give this?
Tomorrow morning after our meeting. I will tell them everything, but you cannot stop me from giving it to him. If any of you follow me, it could jeopardize everything. I know where he is at all times. He trusts me. I have an in and out to his hideout. If we lose that, we lose him. And if we lose him, then I can't keep markers on him anymore. And he becomes an unknown variable. An unknown variable that seeks to ascend to divinity that I know full well could, if left unchecked.
I need some time to think.
You've got 2 hours, 45 minutes, and 37 seconds to make up your mind. I will do everything I can to protect you if she comes here. Just don't make my efforts in vain. I don't know what I'm going to do if I have to wake up in my bed tomorrow and start all over.
Why do you think they are doing this?
Devers, I have no idea. From what little I know, he's just some power-hungry mongrel that seeks to fill the vacuum because it's there. You never give power to the kind of person that seeks it. The rest, it's simple. They wanted a playpen, something that they could lord over, and they thought that they could do it. And to some degree, according to history, they did for a while. But they never could have anticipated Devers. He's just the worst. A man that seeks to manipulate, to scheme, to backstab at every opportunity, all for his own gain. And I'm ashamed to admit, I've learned quite a lot from him. But unlike him, I don't want to destroy the world. I just want things to go back to normal. So that maybe I can wake up past the 31st of the 35th year.
I I think I'm with you.
As an act of good faith, I can promise you that I can save Kingsley. I know I can. But without me, and I don't want this to come across the wrong way, you can't. I will help you save Kingsley as long as I believe I can trust you. And you know how much I hate that word.
Of course. I won't say anything about you to anyone who might tell the wrong people. I'll do my best to help you with what you need.
You'll see him as relaxed as he can be. He was very obviously tense, jittering. He couldn't keep himself still, playing with his face, rubbing his nose, moving his eyes everywhere. It was like you were looking at a madman. But when you say that, he slows down. We're finally moving into territory where I can't see the future anymore. I don't know what's going to happen. And quite frankly, that scares me.
Well, if you can't see the future, then I assume that it turned out poorly, so it could be good this time.
That's all I can hope. I'll explain it to you the best way I can. It's not divination. It's not a foresight. It's like, say you were to wake up on your birthday and go throughout your birthday. Let's say you went to a park and you talked with your family and you had a joyous day. You went to the city, all in that order, just for you to go to bed and wake up and have that day over and over and over and over again. No matter what you did, no matter who you killed or talked to or seen or learned about, nothing changed that day. But you remembered everything. You remembered the smells you incurred, the taste of everything, the feeling of every doorknob, the feeling of every bit of grass beneath your feet. I've done this 1,000 times. I've done this more times than I can count, and I'm so tired of it. I don't even know who I am anymore.
Well,
My name is a lie. My facade is a lie. My admirations are a lie. Everything is just a circumstance to put me in the optimal position to make sure that we succeed. That's all that matters anymore. I don't matter. My personal wants and needs and desires are irrelevant so long as they exist.
That thing about trauma bonding in this party is really hitting hard.
mm, do you have any plans for after they're gone?
I know what's going to happen. And I think I'm okay with it. When I told you that my family doesn't exist anymore, I meant that literally. Every trace of my family, the Ephemetes, my name isn't Aurelie, but we'll get to that in a second. They don't exist. And he'll pull out a tome. Here's my book. Read it. My name's Tillsman. I took this from the library. It starts 5 years ago. No history beforehand. Nothing about my family, nothing about my mother, my father, my 9 siblings, my adoptive family. Nothing at all. And in one of the times in which I almost failed, I began to fade away, much like they did. Because the timeline simply cannot contain what it has already. I don't know why I'm still here or what God has cursed me to stay here, but once this is all over and we fixed everything, I will cease to exist. And that's okay with me.
I need to make notes of your name.
I suppose since we're in an awkward situation, he'll extend his hand up to you. Tillsman. Tillsman Ephemetti is my name. My true name.
I'm sure you know who I am. Drawson.
Much more than you would like me to know.
Okay, I'll send you my lore document later.
I will tell you this. and goes for everybody, because you are currently being introduced to a character you thought you knew, who knows a lot of information. The way we are handling that is you can, if you want to share your lore document, you can. However, the way we're handling it, for the sake of not just having Tillsman know everything, is it's kind of just a case-by-case basis. Like, if a person appears, I might be like, hey, you know that person, or you know this fact. But, like, they do not know everything about your lore. That is not why I've asked for it, because I wanted to keep that specifically out of it. They are not omnipotent. They have just experienced certain details. So there are, like, certain hand-picked, like, minor details from backstory I've been, like, feeding. But, like, nothing super, like, oh my god, spoiling backstory. It's just, like, a name of a minor person here and here. Nothing that's been like major backstory stuff. So
Bro knows my 5th grade teacher's name.
Well, I mean, I could give that, but I haven't. But that's
I
kind
like
of how
to
we've
think
been
of
handling
it
that.
is like, if it's something that you would readily tell someone that you would trust after like a 3-month period, that's probably what he would know.
Really, I pee my pants at night.
There you go. No, but it's kind of like there's a spell where basically you can, like, like, surface things, like things somebody would readily share with somebody. That is what it really knows. Nothing that you would actively keep secret. So do not worry, stuff is not spoiled. That is a thing. Also, I cannot tell you how satisfying this is, because all of that background secret shit we've been doing for months, it's all coming to a head, baby. It's so good.
Yeah.
Also, I have a question here. Drawson, you're already there, so it doesn't matter for you. I'm sorry. Aurelie Tillsman. What should I call you? Tillsman now?
Honestly, I think it's up to you guys. If you would like to call him Aurelie, he will still answer to it. I don't think anyone that he knows has called him his actual name in a very, very, very long time.
Probably. No, we're not going to do that. I was going to do a thing, but no, we're not. I'm not going to do it. Never mind. Continue.
I'm going to read as long as I can, because he gave me this book to read.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how long it takes, but probably less than 2 hours.
Yeah.
Probably more than 2 hours, I mean.
What snippets of very fun, terribly awful, terrible things would you like to mention that he's probably done?
Okay,
It would be in that book.
It'd be in that book.
I have a question regarding time.
Yes.
Is it, we had those 6 hours, then Drawson got yeeted into a demiplane, and then it's 3 hours on top of that?
So it was
20 minutes on top of that.
Yes.
Well, yes, because time is weird, and it was actually 5 hours. So it was 5 hours from leaving the boat until Drawson and Aurelie went into the plane. But outside, because again, time fuckery, outside it has only been 20 minutes. So 5 hours, 20 minutes is how long it has been.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. Time fuckery is weird, because that is the nature of certain spells and magical enchantments on objects and planar travel.
Wait, what the fuck just happened?
When did you leave and come back to?
Come back in.
No, like, I heard everything, but my brain still isn't processing it.
Oh,
okay.
no.
Let me run it back. So Aurelie's not Aurelie's real name. It's Tillsman. Has been working with people and has experienced things many times, and has known you guys for a long time, and really bad shit's happening. Gods are bad because they're actually fey. They're terrible. Fuck.
Not Drawson.
And he told everybody, or just Drawson?
So it's just Drawson, but is going to be sharing it the next day. However, I don't think that's needed. I have a question for everyone here. Who here?
Sake.
And don't worry, Tillsman. I'll explain in a second. Who here is wearing their amulet?
I am.
I think
Drawson doesn't matter
as
as much.
well.
Amulet. What
I
amulet
never
is this?
attuned to it.
Let me ask, is there anyone who is not currently wearing and is not attuned?
Solon doesn't have.
What
Solon
amulet
has
is
no
this?
This is the amulet
Is
against
that
proof
amulet?
against detection and location. Is there anyone who's
Oh.
not wearing it?
Me.
When
You.
did we get these?
These
Yeah, I'm
were a while
confused.
ago. You were given. It was when you got to the Scarred Lands. You were
Got
given
out of
them by
Kingsport.
Aurelie. Yeah, you were given them by Aurelie.
Yeah, really gave us them all. I couldn't attune to it because I had different items and I never attuned to it. Fuck.
Okay,
You were
so you
supposed to
don't.
put a necklace on.
You
I
did
mean-
put the necklace on. I remember.
Yeah.
I did.
Okay.
I have a
So you
stroke.
did.
I don't remember
Are
well.
Okay, so as per the spell's wording, as long as it is on your
Uh-huh.
person, the spell would still be in effect.
That's
It's-
true. So actually, never mind. Everyone here has it. So actually, no, you're right.
Why would that?
So-
Why? Okay.
Here's a little thing. You were all given
What's
these.
happening?
All of
We're
you
fucked.
heard the entire
Yellow.
conversation.
Well, fuck off!
Oh!
Oh,
Oh my god!
The
I watched
whole
the
thing.
whole soap opera ensue.
Is there any- I'm getting deja
And,
vu. Da-da-da-da-da.
Hey, Tillsman. You just hear kind of from the shadows. Oops.
Who? Who the fuck? Who?
Oh, that's new, and he's going to brandish his sword.
Uh-huh. And you look over there, and there's nothing there. What emotion would you say you're feeling right now?
Hate. Raw hatred.
Okay.
Nothing
Cool.
more.
This is so scrumptious. This is
Oh.
And so
all
you're
you
just-
feel is hate.
You're filled
I
with
see.
hatred. Yeah, go ahead.
I see him brandishing his sword, and I'm going to not like do anything but get ready.
Yeah.
Hide behind books.
Cast
So
mage
all of
armor
you-
on myself.
All of you in your heads have been hearing both ends of this conversation. I will say from the point of them entering this space, which of course you don't know that they entered this space, but you've heard basically this entire thing. And all of you were either in bed or something. If you were asleep, you were woken up out of it. You're still counted as resting because you haven't actually done anything to break that rest. But you have just been like almost in kind of like a half awake state hearing this. It almost feels like a dream.
Oh, fuck's sake.
I find it funny because it's like you'll just speak gibberish.
Nothing like sitting up at like midnight while your fiance sleeps peacefully behind you as you listen for what seems to be like 2 hours.
Uh-huh.
But like tea.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm not
yeah.
complaining.
Yeah, it gets real fucking weird because like at one point the time does start, like the voices start to speak really like, would it be really fast? Yeah, it'd be really fast, right? Because it's the time dilation. I always forget if it'd be fast or slow. It's fast, I think. They're like really quick. But,
Listening
like,
to
you can
Alvin
still
and the
catch the words.
Chipmunks.
Basically, it's like listening to
Help,
it
this is a
set up like
nightmare.
3 times.
The bird
Night fork.
sat on the window.
So like you can hear what's being said, but it is a little hard to catch because of how fast it is. So like you catch what's important is what I'll say of that conversation.
You understand
Um,
what you heard. You don't know what the words were, but you understand.
Well, no. That's not
That's
what I'm
why
saying.
everything
Is
is
you
so
know what the
euphoria
words
for.
are. You catch certain parts because you know when something's going really fast, you might miss certain words, but like you catch the idea of what's being said, even if you don't catch every single detail. You don't know where this is coming from, but you do know that it is Aurelie and Drawson in this conversation. And then back to you two in the space. For a moment. You look into the corner, and you see nothing. It is a slightly dim corner, but it's not like dark, it's a little dim, but there's light. And you look and you see nothing. You look around, nothing. And the voice you don't recognize, Tillsman. You don't recognize this voice at all.
Do we hear the voice? Or just those two?
You don't hear the oops. You do not hear the oops. You just hear the two of them. And then almost as if there was a static while hearing this, this speech, no more static. As if a connection's been cut.
Well,
And
God.
Tillsman, you recognize, having the person with sort of the control of the necklaces, you notice it cuts. They still work as proof against detection and location, but the other effect is gone. what the fuck?
He's gonna
Right.
prepare to cast a spell.
Okay, what spell?
He's not going to cast it because you
Mhm.
asked for transparency. Because he has it learned. I
Mhm.
am going to begin to cast Temple of the Gods.
Okay.
And I'm just ready to finish it.
Okay. And what is your trigger to finish it, or are you casting?
It's going to be how my emotions shift during the conversation. If it is overly negative, I will finish the spell. If they even want to talk to me at all. But I assume if they're here, that's probably what they want to do.
Okay. Nothing happens. Nothing further happens. You wait. Weapons brandished. Nothing. And you stand there, readying the spell. Nothing.
Do I sense anything?
In what way? Because you could make a perception check. See
Like,
if you
do I
sense
sense
anything.
a magical presence? Do I sense, like what I would typically feel from the Fae? Because I've been around them a lot.
Yeah.
You would probably feel it from me.
Probably feel.
I am one of them.
That's my problem. But he can't risk it. You'll live if he casts the spell. It just won't be very fun for you.
Yeah, you just feel a little lethargic. I will say, go ahead and make me perception or Arcana. I would allow Arcana as well.
Okay. I will do it in public chat.
Cool. Yeah, and also, I just want to make a statement, because a lot of things have been happening in secret with Aurelie Tillsman and myself. All of them have been dice bot rolls. So any rolls for stealth or anything, especially against you guys, which there have been a couple, have all been dice bot rolls only. So they were 100% legitimate. I have been making sure of that and keeping track of your stats. Oh my god, they have rolled high. But at any time, if a bad roll had happened, it would have been caught, and it would have been like, one of you notices this.
To be fair, my passive perception is 9.
Yeah, one of you has like a really good passive, or at least decent, and yeah, it was like in the 20s for the stealth rolls. And
I think that believes Maldet because ears.
Yeah. But yeah, let me know what the roll is, because I'm looking. Oh, there
11
it is.
with a base roll of 3.
And which was that? Was that a Arcana or?
That was Arcana,
Perception?
yeah, using my intelligence.
Okay. You do not really notice anything. You are kind of in a frazzled state. You don't see anything, or sense anything of quite what you're looking for. Except for, like, you do notice the faint essence of Drossen in terms of, like, the Fey essence. But that's kind of clouding anything else.
We need to move into the deeper chamber. Someone's here. He's gonna start backing out the door, looking at the corner intently.
I will follow. I'm out of my depth here.
You're going to feel very strange, but please just try to keep up. If you need to, hold my wrist. And he's going to open up the final door. And Josh, would you like to describe the temple?
Oh, would I? Especially for you, because it looks a little weird. So, you enter your temple. There are pews lining either sides. There are candles and candelabras from the ceiling. There is an altar on the far end with various different generalized religious iconography, not necessarily of any of the gods that you are familiar with. Normally it would be portraits and paintings and things like that, but there's just generalized iconography. Fuck it, sure, we're doing it now. Everyone in this call, you are all asleep, and you feel your eyes are closed. This includes Solon and Kingsley. All of you feel your eyes are closed, then your eyes are open. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but Temple of the Gods is tied usually to a certain if you're a holy person, tied to your patron, correct?
Yep, it is.
Okay. Then I'm going to say that this works this way. Because I think it's fun. All of you find yourself sitting in a pew.
I looked up the spell, and as I enter, I think I'm gonna have to make a charisma saving throw.
You are. I believe you're the only person that is
Faye, yes.
Faye. So then, yes, well, that's a really interesting question, and I'll open it up to the group and your kind of thoughts on this, because I actually don't know. Kingsley is currently controlled by a Fae being, but Kingsley is not inherently a Fae.
His soul is technically intertwined.
His soul is intertwined with a Fae, so I would say it is not purely Fae. So I will have him make that roll with advantage, if you could roll it for me.
Is Serena's soul here right now?
Yeah, because it's tied directly to him.
Okay, then probably yes.
Also, if our timer runs out, they're going to get here regardless.
Also,
Let me
so
make
Is this a dream or we've actually just been yoinked from bed?
You don't know. Last you knew, you were in bed in whatever state you were in, which I'm going to say, this is charisma save. All of you would be no armor and nothing on you except what you'd be laying in bed with.
My fucking dog!
Your dog is also
all I
not
can
here.
think of is that we get yoinked.
Why is my dog intelligent enough to handle
save.
26 would save, I believe.
Okay. Don't put me in combat here. Wouldn't be a good idea.
Slate.
So, none of you have anything on you except what you would have been laying in bed with, and you don't know if it's a dream or not. All you know is you look around, except you, and Tillsman. All of you look around and see each other, and then look back toward the entrance and see Drossen and Tillsman. Now, I do want to finish the description of what you all see. I just wanted to get you all present in the area before I did. So you look around and see, again, the candelabras, candles, the altar, and standing at the altar is a hooded, cloaked figure, which you can actually see. It's a open front cloak, wearing what looks like sort of monastic robes, very patchwork, bluish gray. You see the hands wrapped in bandages, raised towards the top of the temple, their hood down so you cannot see their face. And they're wearing, with the wraps, you can kind of see the tips of their fingers, kind of a grayish green kind of color. You see they are, well, you can't see that actually because of the altar. Can't see their bottom half. They're just standing there almost in a sort of prayer kind of pose. The lights flicker a bit. The rest of the place is generally very dark. So Tillsman, any other interesting details about this place? By the way, none of this has happened to you before. You have no idea what the fuck's going on.
The only thing of note is that I feel it would be very fitting that anyone that is not a believer would feel a faint sense of dread.
Oh, I like that. I like
Believer in what?
And so all of you feel this. All of you feel just dread. No, it doesn't matter if you're somebody who's normally stoic, normally fearless, normally anything. You are just feeling this slight sense of unease as you sit there. And it just feels like something is wrong. And then you watch immediately Kingsley stands up and is looking around wildly. And all of you, except for, of course, Drossen and Tillsman, haven't seen Kingsley in a while. So he's just standing there looking around wildly at all of you and then looking toward the altar. And freezes and just stands there for a moment and doesn't say anything, doesn't do anything. What are the rest of you doing?
Going to snatch the little halfling that's dragged us here.
Are you talking about Aurelie, as you would know him?
Yeah, or Tillsman, now that I've had this weird half-dream. I'm going to grab him by his shirts and lift him up.
Okay, so you get up, because you would be up near the front. All of you would really be kind of in the front few pews. So you get up and start storming down the aisle? Towards them at the door? Okay, because they're back at the door.
I'm gonna take a seat because I'm going through it right now.
Yeah, you're fucking going through it.
The
I
very
went through
essence
it
of this
before.
place rebels against me specifically. So I'm gonna sit in the nearest pew and just chill.
Yeah. And for reference,
A
Aurelia
relic.
Tillsman, you don't really know that the rest of them heard your conversation. I mean, you're about to find out, but like you don't know up until this point. And so Zernus comes up and just grabs you. Do you fight it at all?
Me?
Yeah. Going up and grabbing you. Zernus is. Do you fight it?
You will show respect to the Lord in his own domain. Please sit down.
I showed respect before.
A voice is going to boom from the front, from the man at the altar. Zernus Asuran, you will sit and show respect, or I will make your soon-to-be wife, congratulations, by the way, a widow, and your unborn fatherless.
Please, Zernus, don't make him mad. I don't have control of the situation.
Zernus? What do you
He
do?
puts his head down, weighing his options,
Mm-hmm.
and just, you know how his eyes glare over with red? It's just pure red as he glares at Aurelia before he goes and takes a seat at the very front and remains silent.
Thank you. It is only kind, of course. Now, approach Tillsman. Please.
Okay, this is a silly question.
Uh-huh.
This is who I think it is. It's not an illusion.
Uh-huh.
There's nothing deceiving me. Okay.
This is
He
it.
will reach into his bag and will pull out the hilt of the blade.
Uh-huh. So you pull out the hilt of the blade, and there is
He
no
will
blade on this hilt. There is just, as you pull it out and look at it, there is just a hilt. And the guard.
cross his arms, pressing it against his chest, and will approach the altar. Slowly. Kneeling in front of it, and placing it upon it.
And as you do so, you place it down. There's a faint green glow from the altar. And all of you watch this scene. If there's anything any of you would like to do, you are more than willing to tell me. I will just tell you what the reaction of the person on the altar is.
No, thank you. I
Why
have
the
been
fuck would
humbled.
I do anything after seeing that? Genuinely.
Zernus has been humbled. I did it. Fuck yeah.
Just want to get on someone's shoulder.
Finally.
Like, I don't have anything to communicate with anyone here.
And Kingsley.
You can, Akumake. I've lost all meaning of words.
Communicate.
How far
Communicate.
away are they? Are they? Can we get them within 30 feet? I want to.
You are all within 30 feet. Some of you more toward the center pews are within 5. At the most, you're about 20 feet away from this figure. Is there anything you'd like to do?
Just focus the detect thoughts ability on it. Try to glean even the smallest fraction. Anything.
Okay. Detect thoughts. It begins with surface thoughts, and you have to roll. There's a save.
Surface thoughts.
Okay. With a detect thoughts, I'm sorry, I'm actually looking it up just for specifics real quick, just because I want to check a thing. Wow, okay. Okay, so in that moment, the things that are most on its mind, these surface thoughts, are all of them here in one place to witness my glory, Just general, like, that kind of stuff. Like, very, like, about themselves. Do you wish to
That's
push
very
deeper?
self-centered.
I'm gonna try. It's probably not gonna yield anything. I'm gonna try and push deeper.
Okay, is that a
Just
save from
mentally
them?
try to. That's a save from them. It's a.
Wisdom save.
It's a wisdom save against a 17.
Okay. Let me check. Okay. That is actually an 18. They rolled... Yeah, they didn't roll super great.
Wait, no, we don't have the everything that else that we'd have on it. Damn it.
Yeah,
Okay.
you don't have a ton of stuff on you.
If
No, I
I
do need
had
to
that,
check
I could have
something.
affected it.
If it succeeds... so they know. So they are
I
going
get
to
pushed
turn...
out.
Well, yes, but they do know that you probed. So they are going to turn their head, because of the... That's what it says on the spell. Going to turn their head and look in your direction. If you want to see so badly, all you have to do is ask. And they're going to push their hand in your direction, make a wisdom save.
You get a +3.
True.
The wisdom
paladin stuff.
save.
Yep, wisdom save.
All right.
I'm sat near you. You get a +3.
Yeah, you're within
Oh, that's
that.
helpful because that's gonna come out to a total of 11.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Galliard!
Okay. You are immediately going to get a flood of thoughts and images, and your head begins to pound, and they're incoherent
Josh?
and screaming. Yes.
Hold on.
Oh? Do you have a thing?
Galliard is technically my ally.
True.
I need to check something.
I mean, they're your ally.
No, never mind.
But will you work
It's only
against
the
your
negative. No, it's just a passive thing of Temple of the Gods. I was thinking the negative bonus was it could have applied positively to allies, but I was wrong.
If it doesn't say, yeah. No, you're good.
It
You're
just
good.
applies negatively to me.
Yeah. But yes, Galliard, you just get these floods of screams and images, and your feeling of dread grows so intensely strong. You get these feelings of when you left home. The feelings you felt then, both the good and the bad, but mostly the bad. You start to feel your mind press in, the walls are pressing in you. You feel like you're hyperventilating for a moment, and you're alone. You're alone. You're so alone. And you just can't... But you can't remove your feet from the seat. You are frightened. But you must stay where you are. You are forced, despite you're frightened, and normally you would want to run away. That's how frightened works. But you can't move. Your feet are rooted in fear. You are in... There's fight, flight. You're in freeze right now. You're in the third option. And... This entity just looks at you. I hope you're satisfied. And that was everything you were hoping
Him
for.
alone.
He simply wanted something, and I gave it to him. I
want a bajillion gold. Will you give that?
A bajillion gold.
Hey, man.
I mean...
You give what we want. I mean, if that's the case.
Are you sure? Are you sure that's what you want?
Be careful.
I would be more than willing to give it to you right now.
We all die because we get crushed.
Yeah,
Did
just
you say that out loud?
Like,
I mean, he mutters it.
I mean, that's the idea.
No.
That is probably what would happen, yes.
I
oh,
really... Oh, sorry. I'll let you go.
no, you can go. I'm like trying to figure out
Okay.
a bunch of stuff.
We
You're
can't
thinking.
fucking do shit.
Aurelie will not look at you. Will just stay kneeled in the position that he is in, and will say, "You will show respect in the Lord's domain."
You are so loyal, you know that. And I appreciate that. Loyalty is...
Question.
Yes.
No, after you were done with your whole
okay.
monologue.
Loyalty is an important thing for all, but I especially appreciate it. Now, yes, go.
Okay, so magic circle.
Yeah.
Can I tell if this is like what this is? Okay, so can I tell if this is Fey, Celestial? You know, what can I tell what it is? The
Do you have an ability
person.
that would give you that knowledge?
Wait.
Do I have?
I mean, here's what I will
Ability.
say. From the
I don't.
stuff that you heard just a little bit ago, knew that godlike figures are generally Fey. You don't know who this is, or if that is the case for this person, but you know that that is a thing for the ones you were listening in on.
So like my god, and then
Yeah, your god, all of the gods, all the ones that you serve are all lying sons of bitches that are all Fey.
Hey,
But
Josh.
Yes,
Can I divine sense?
you can.
I was about to look over to Zernus.
I'm sure
Yeah.
the ground here is hella consecrated.
It's definitely something.
As an action, you can detect good and evil. Until the end of your next turn, you can sense anything affected by the Hallow spell, or know the location of any celestial fiend undead within 60 feet that is not behind total cover.
It's consecrated or desecrated ground as if by the hollow spell.
Yes.
That's a really interesting thing. I'm going to say that this is considered consecrated, given the nature of it, and this creature is considered a celestial.
Sweet. So actually, now that I'm reading the ruling of the spell, it says I can choose one or more. So I'm just gonna choose like Celestial, Fey.
Here's a question, though, because that's great. Wait, so you can choose multiple types?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind. Because then you can technically just throw it as like a shotgun and see what works. Because here's the thing: Zernus knows.
Basically, yeah.
Maldet doesn't, and you guys are like across pews from each other, like the aisle. You're on two separate ends.
Yeah.
So you would have to like get that communication to each other somehow. But
if no, I'm just gonna shotgun it.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I can elect to cause its magic to operate in reverse direction, preventing a creature of the specified type from leaving the cylinder and protecting targets outside of it.
Oh, that's really sick. So here's the thing. That is all well and good. What is the range of that again?
10 feet, never mind.
Radius?
I have to get like pretty close.
I mean,
it's a 10-foot radius, 20-foot tall cylinder.
Based on, because I have like an image in my head of where all of you are, and I will tell you I'm not changing that image. You are 15 feet away currently. You can still do that because it will prevent things like coming in, correct? I honestly should probably just look it up. Magic circle.
So it says the creature can't willingly enter a cylinder by non-magical means. If the creature tries to use teleportation or interplanar travel to do so, it must first succeed on a charisma saving throw. The creature has disadvantage on attack rolls against targets within cylinder. Targets within cylinder can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by the creature. So, and then it says when you cast a spell, I can elect to cause its magic to operate in reverse direction. So essentially, creature in cylinder can't do any like interplanar travel or teleportation. They have a disadvantage on attack rolls, and they can be charmed. I don't know how you would do the charmed, frightened, or possessed. I don't know how that would work.
I get the idea, and here's what I will say: you with that, if you were to cast it there, like on you guys, then you would be able to protect your section of pews with it, which would be you. I'll say it's you, Wick, and Solon and Rat Baby, because Solon and Rat Baby were together with Wick, and then you there as well. So then on the other pew is just Galliard and Zernus. And then I'll say Drossen over there as well with them.
Ask a question to this bitch. I mean, almighty Lord.
Yes, I will say, don't worry, we are going to be ending soon here. I know I was looking at the time just now, but we are going to get to a stopping point. But yes, go ahead, please.
Who are you?
Oh, me. Well, I'm so glad you asked. We'll get to that. Don't worry. I've had so long to think of this. Oh God, how long have I had? Aurelie, how old are you? Anyway, we'll get to that. So, first off, I think there needs to be some truths. You all are familiar with the truth of your friend here, and I think I have a truth of my own to share. And is going to step from around the pew, and you see, like the hands, also the feet are wrapped in bandages up to about the halfway up the calf. Very much like you see certain monks have the hand wraps and the foot wraps. This is a very similar sort of get-up. Blood in certain places as well, especially on the fists. Looks like been doing a lot of boxing. I feel like Well, let's start with the important thing. And motions toward Kingsley. And motions closer. And just face blank. Starts to walk closer. I will make you a promise, all of you. And you can believe my word or not, but I am nothing if not a man of my word. I will not kill Kingsley. Kingsley... let me rephrase that. Kingsley will walk out of here alive. And I will not harm any of your families, or those you care about. Those of you in this room, if you stand against me, I cannot promise the same for your lives. But I will not harm those of your family. On purpose. Now, as Kingsley approaches, is going to motion to Tillsman, please, the dagger.
The other half is below Kingsport, my lord.
Oh, don't worry. I fetched that.
He's gonna look up in shock.
The smile you can see. Can't see the whole face, but you see a toothy grin from beneath the cloak.
I'm going to rearrange your face, Aurelie.
The dagger, please.
My lord. And he'll stand up, and he will, with his god's permission, begin to reform it.
Okay. And you begin to reform the dagger. It is a very quick procedure. Putting the two pieces together, they form. You almost see like a very quick weld. There's a flash of light. And as you look, this wicked, twisted, jagged dagger is in his hand. And he, while you are holding it, as you come forward to Kingsley, I want none of you to be alarmed for what you are about to see.
Wait.
He is going to stand. Yes.
If Aurelie, Tillsman, whatever he goes by now,
Either.
As they're walking up, I'm gonna say, wait. Are you going?
Hesitate. Go ahead.
Are you going to kill them?
I'm going to finish what I thought I did 1,000 years ago. And he's going to pull up the blade. This will hurt, Kingsley. I'm sorry. And go for the throat.
Okay.
Just as he does.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Hold on. Give me a
I
second.
will
I gotta
say
look through all my...
for point of reference, this is happening sort of in the middle of the pews. This is not within the magic circle. This is happening mostly in the middle. So you are all
I'm not
equidistant, but
so I wasn't gonna. What I was gonna try and do with the magic circle was I wasn't gonna cast it right there and then. I was gonna try and get closer and cast it on the figure.
On the figure.
On the
range
so-called called. Well, it's 10 feet, and you said I'm 15, so I was gonna move up a set of pews, or just get close enough. But I wasn't gonna just make it blatant that I was casting it, even though it's a verbal, somatic, and material spell.
Kingsley and I are gonna have matching stars.
Hi.
Make me a sleight of hand or stealth check, Maldat. because I need to see if
Yes.
you can do, because you're trying to do this kind of sneakily.
Yes.
So let's see if you're successful. And then we'll get to what you guys other were going to say. I just got to see this first.
Natural 18 plus. You said, what was it? Sleight of hand or stealth?
Or stealth, because this could work either way.
Same thing. 20, 18, 19, 21.
21. You are able to cast it without them noticing. Now, checking a thing. Okay. Cool. So you cast it, and a beam of sort of radiant-esque energy comes down around them in a 10-foot radius, I believe.
10-foot radius, 20-foot,
and then
tall cylinder.
20-foot tall. Okay. So it's a very tall cylinder around them, and this figure just kind of looks up into it, and then looks back to what he was doing.
And since that's a thing I did earlier, now, just as Tillsman was going to Kingsley, I cast Hold Person on
Hi.
Person. And what was Drawson? What
on
did he
them.
say?
As I see this, I'm definitely going to go there. I know I'm not stuck in place because I entered this place.
True.
I'm keeping my eyes on. I'm going to assume the god.
So I'm probably going to go between them if I can.
Between Tillsman and
Between Tillsman and Kingsley, yes.
Okay, there are a few things happening here. First off, what is the type of save on Hold Person?
Tillsman has to make
Wisdom.
a wisdom save.
Is Magic
Okay.
Circle and Hold Person both a concentration spell?
That's what I'm checking.
Magic Circle is not.
Magic Circle.
Hold
Yeah,
Person is.
Magic Circle isn't, but it's a 1 minute casting time. However, you did start it about a minute ago, and then you finished it at that time. Oh, hold on. Question. Did you have
Yes.
powdered silver and iron worth at least 100 gold pieces?
In your
Yes.
sleeve.
Previously.
Okay.
What was it? Yeah, before we left Kingsport to go to Altney to Scarlands, I got a couple of components that I needed for certain spells. One of them being Magic Circle.
Shit. Okay, cool. So that works, and then Hold Person's concentration. Okay. I mean, Aurelie, I
Ready
would
when you are.
need a wisdom save from you.
Okay.
Um,
It's an important question. Is
yeah.
my god a paladin?
Is your
Do they
god
have
a
any
pal-
levels in paladin?
No.
Or alternatively, am I within 10 feet of Xernus, and do I get the benefit from Xernus?
I don't know. Are you?
I do have Q-tips.
You went up right to the front where I sat, and then you walked back to Kingsley. So
We're right in the
If you-
middle, if I recall
You guys are in the
correctly.
middle, so you would, because the range on that aura is what?
10 feet, I think,
10
for
feet?
now.
I'm going to say yes.
If
You would be
Yeah,
within
'cause-
that. The question is are they still considered
are
an ally
any
right
of
now?
you friendly creatures to me anymore?
I mean, what's
He
Drawson
did try
doing?
to save
But-
your life, but that is completely
Yeah.
up to your judgment.
Yeah,
I will
you
accept
also
yes
are
or no.
currently pulling a siren, but Xernas trusted siren.
Mhm.
He's gonna trust you.
Okay, so you are considered an ally. So
Get a +3
you get a
for
plus
now.
3.
Making it a total of +9. I am
Okay.
ready when you are.
Roll it. And then just say what it is because I won't be able to see.
28.
28. Good roll and a high plus. So Hold Person begins to get cast. You feel your body start to lock up. And you are still getting the aid from Xernas and your natural just ability. You are able to shrug it off. Before anything else happens, because the blade was coming down, Drawson and Aurelie, I want you both to roll me initiative, because that is a dex-based thing, and this will determine who is faster. Things are about to get really fucking interesting if Drossen's faster.
22.
12.
I heard. Wait, so Tillsman said 20
I got a
something?
12.
And you got a 12. Okay. So, Drossen, here's what happens. You are watching spells get slung, the magic circle, the hold person, all of this at the same time. You're rushing forward. The blade comes down right into the neck, and you are almost there. And you all watch as a golden orb, like Kingsley's body, convulses and begins to retch this black liquid, and then golden ichor, and it just pours out like a river, and then a golden bead of light flies out in front. It's right in front of you. It's in front of Drossen, it's in front of Tillsman, it's in front, kind of, although they're more behind Kingsley, in front of this patron. Kingsley standing there, and Kingsley still in Serena's voice, but you recognize it not coming from the body anymore. It's coming more from this orb. It's almost as just puppeteering the body for a moment. You hear, "Don't." What do you do? Specifically, the ones that are standing right there, having been the quickest. This happened in a matter of seconds. What are you two doing, Drossen and Tillsman?
I'm gonna let Tillsman do whatever he wants to do, because I don't like that orb.
I
Okay.
want to do something dumb.
I
What do you
will
want
let
to do?
anyone
and I will tell
do-
you. Yeah.
Yeah. Fine.
Oh no,
But
I think we were
did
about to say the same thing.
Yeah, I did roll a 22 on initiative, but I'll let anyone do what they want to do first.
I want to basically throw myself over these piers and grab the orb.
Okay. I want you in, because we did have that high roll for initiative for Tillsman, and that is something that could. Well, okay. Let me ask, Tillsman, if it was you and nothing else was happening, what would Tillsman do right now? And we will see if we need to roll something.
There is a spell scroll that he collected precisely in case this happened.
Oh God. Okay. What are the components of casting that spell, and how long
It's
does it
just
take?
a spell scroll. I don't need components. It consumes the spell
or
scroll.
not components. Sorry, the fucking time. Why is my phone not working? Fuck.
If I go before Zernus, I want to cast Dominate Person on them.
Zernus, in the dice spot, I need you to roll me a quick initiative to see if you are fast enough.
How do I put
Because again-
advantage?
Say again?
How do I put advantage?
Why do you have
Do you have advantage on initiative?
Yes, because I sleep
Why?
with my pen
Sleep with your
in my
pen.
pocket. Yeah.
True.
Hmm.
Then just roll twice. Just do the roll twice, because then it'll just give you the total twice. I mean, you could technically do 2d20 instead of 1, but then you got to do more math. Just roll it twice. What is this? Oh, yeah. Where's the fucking bot spam? If you need help with the dice bot, let me know.
Son of a. Okay, well, please, I pray.
Oh
Please?
shit.
21. Oh, that's one too low, because it was 22, right, Tillsman?
Mm-hmm.
Or yes.
Okay. Second roll. Let's see.
Give me that. Give me this, please.
Yeah, it's
Give me
fucking annoying sometimes.
Fucking God, this command bot.
I mean, it works usually. Just fucking annoying.
Tough shit.
Oh my God. So,
Wait. I'm going to be
Yes.
my own devil's advocate. Are
okay.
you applying your own aura of protection to your own roll?
You don't apply that
It's
to
not.
initiative.
It's not a saving throw.
Yeah, it only applies to saving throws. Although,
Oh,
good
this is
looking out.
initiative. I apologize.
This is
Sorry.
initiative. Yeah, this isn't for the dominate person, because this is to see if they were even quick enough to, like, start jumping up there. You essentially, you have shit first. You have been quick enough to do something first, if you so choose. You see Zernus rushing over, so you can still cast the Dominate Person if you want that to be your thing. But you have one, essentially. Here's what you have, because you have used your action already, using this like a turn. You have used your action to make the attack. Anything else you would be able to do on a turn that is an object interaction, which the orb is an object, a bonus action, or any kind of movement, you do have a turn to do that. Or anything else that you can do with your turn that I'm not aware of.
I'm going to use my bonus action to activate the magic item in my hand. And I will absorb the orb into the magic item.
You hear a laugh from your patron. Give me a moment, please. I prepped something specifically for this instance. I just need to get it the fuck up. I actually prepped. Look at me.
Oh my gosh. What a surprise.
Fuck, where is it? Hold on. Give me a sec. Oh, okay. So, cool. Don't be so hasty. And you do absorb it into the dagger, and you watch the golden energy infuse into the dagger, and even that little well that was there gets cleaner, it gets nicer, it gets better. And
Hey,
yes.
follower goal just got met.
Fuck yeah, thank you to whoever followed. You're amazing. I know it says I'm playing Stardew Valley. I know that's a lie. I thought I fixed that earlier. Okay. So, don't be so hasty. And the dagger heals, the blade elongates, and you almost see it looks like there's liquid dripping from the edge. Not the blood, but something else. And you feel your hand turn in your hand. Either your like hand turn, and you stab yourself in the chest. Once. And out again. Twice. And this is happening in the span of 6 seconds. I know I'm describing it slowly, but it's like a multi-attack. And a third time.
Wait, is this from
This is not the patron doing it. This is Aurelie stabbing themselves. Tillsman stabbing
Yeah,
himself.
but is the patron said don't get so hasty, right? It was
This
that
is not
like
a charm.
them.
This,
Okay.
well, okay, it's weird because in one case, yes, but when it is your very essence, not like a charm overtaking your mind, but when it is your being. Well, it's a bit weird and tricky. Here's what I'll say. Aurelie, because of this, because of the circle, I don't want it to make it pointless. Make me a charisma save. Aurelie.
Am I still your allies, Ernest?
No, fuck you.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Here's what I will say. The first stab does happen, and we'll roll damage in
Yeah.
a second. But let's see if the second or third does.
Oh, that's the wrong.
And, I mean, if not, something's about to happen anyway, but it's okay.
Well, would it be Tillsman or would it be you making that save?
I'm having Tillsman do it because this is... because this is a charisma save, which is general... Charisma is generally like the will stat now.
Yeah.
This is to see, because you are dealing with a force that is more powerful than what you have cast. This is to see if Tillsman can break free of the hold, essentially. The only reason this roll is being made is because of the magic circle. If the magic circle was not there, there would be no roll. So what was the roll?
And is he trying to fail or succeed?
Tillsman needs to succeed.
Okay.
Hopefully. So what
I
is
rolled
the...
a 10 with a +8.
So total 18, or you...
No, I rolled a 10, period.
Oh.
Although I wanted to ask a question.
Yes.
Can I use my reaction to use one of my racial features to protect me against the flurry?
What is the specific feature?
It is from my dragon mark. I will
Okay.
post
I
it in
remind
the
you
bot spam.
that you can also
Yeah,
use
post
a
it.
natural 20.
I want to, but at the same time, if what I'm able to do works, I cannot risk the natural.
Okay.
Yeah, the
let
nat
me-
one is scary, especially with big things.
I do want to make note, these are from my other patron, not Keen.
What? Huh?
Oh, dual
Okay.
patronage. Yeah, that's a thing
that's
I
where you
forgot.
get that, right? The dragon mark. That's where you get that.
Yes, that's where I get that from my other patron,
So
not
you-
from Keen.
You can use it.
This
You
is
try to use it.
This is
You try to use it, and it doesn't work. And as you stand there, Keen, your patron, as the hood comes back, begins to laugh, filling the space. And you watch them just kind of walk and kind of duck behind Kingsley's body, who's still standing upright. And you watch the face change into that of your other patron. You fucking fool. That's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Oh,
You've been stabbed 3
okay.
times, by the way. You're not dead. We'll give you the damage later.
And give
Unless
me
he wants
one
to bring
reason
that to a natural
why
20.
I should trust anyone here.
Okay, but it's a fae, so that doesn't mean that they're immortal. It's just they're super hard to
They're
kill.
not a fae.
They're
They're not a
very
fae.
much
They
not
read
a
as
This one
fae,
isn't.
my
No,
friend.
they're
Yeah,
not.
they
This
read
one's
as
a
a
celestial.
Okay.
This one
That
is
doesn't mean they're
supposedly
immortal.
Devris. And I know that name, and I don't know
Uh-huh.
why.
It's because it was a name from a different campaign. Irrelevant. Ignore it.
Yes,
Forget about it.
okay.
It was a
Irrelevant
reused
name.
Yeah.
Reuse
Yeah,
name,
but
got
that
it.
doesn't
Reuse
mean
name.
The
Yeah,
other
sorry.
person's gone.
either.
No,
Excuse
but
me while I
yes.
go look through some new
You
oaths,
gotta
please.
know that I have way
Right,
too
right.
many.
Oh, right.
You gotta know that I have too good of a memory for names for that.
I know. I'm sorry. I forgot.
I completely
Anyway.
missed that half because it went silent.
This is why I'm going where I'm
Oh, no.
going.
Aurelia's
So-
a bitch.
If I
And
may
he's been
happened in the
a
last few
fool.
minutes.
If I may interject, actually, fuck it. I want to do one more thing before we end, if you don't mind, if everybody is okay with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's just go for another 5 hours.
We're not going to go for another 5 hours. We're
No.
going to end.
We have
We're gonna
another.
end-
I need
Yeah.
to wake up a bit earlier.
Yeah, me
we're
too.
gonna end very soon, and I would have ended a little bit ago, but God, that was good. I do need to do one more thing though. So Aurelia, you take the other stabs. An ability is going to be activated that you don't have access to. How much HP do you have after taking 26 damage?
I'm perfectly fine. I am at 21.
21, but you're below 100. Give me a second.
Oh.
boy!
Oh.
Oh, wait, Josh.
Oh.
What's
Play
Yes.
the trumpets.
which? Okay, for the sake of transparency, what stat block am I using?
You are using your current stat block, your normal stat
Okay.
block.
That's fine.
Stop begging for your life.
Yeah.
You know too much.
Kingsley's body
Holy
begins
shit.
to drop, and so does yours. As you feel your soul get sucked out of your body. We'll
Is
pick up
this a
from there next
physical
time.
thing that I can grab?
Nope.
Holy shit.
That is where we're
Can
going
I-
to end. Yeah.
Can I
What-
say something?
Yeah, please. What are
Well,
your
time
final
to make
words?
new
And
friends.
Kingsley, get final words ready. What is your final words, Aurelia?
I won't let him get the dagger.
And you drop. And any final words, Kingsley, as you come to consciousness, Serena's soul temporarily gone. What do you say? You come to consciousness in this space. Do you have any final words? No final words? Okay.
He has
Well.
nothing to say.
I was
He is
told to
just
grab a dagger, right?
shocked.
Toodles. What?
I was told to grab a dagger, right?
We'll get this next time.
We will get that next time. We're ending for tonight.
Note that I will be doing that first thing.
Then
regardless.
you will need to remember that.
I will.
Um,
Don't you worry.
That is where we're going to end tonight's session for stream. Good night, goodbye, and I'll see you later. There's always a seat here for you. Goodbye.